ended up having a few different conundrums brought to them the morning after a long rest. But before the entire party could make any decisions, we had a very important comeback of a beloved and lost member of the party who was once a blue Vidalcan artificer and is now still an artificer, but coming back as a feathered friend. As Reese, the reincarnation spell, did go through, but brought her back as a bird of a feather in a literal sense. There was a small ritualistic, kind of strange light show that went on as well, with no immediate explanation by the two that performed the ritual. But you assume it had something to do with the number of souls, as per mentioned afterward, that was once within Reese. And maybe not all of them left. Maybe some did. Who knows? But it was clear that after she got resurrected, one was not just a normal soul, but was an actual vengeful spirit, and briefly took control of the body before you saw some sort of device, some sort of light emit from Reese's neck. And after a brief red glow, she dropped back into unconsciousness, and then a few minutes later woke up. There was trying out the new body. There was the conversation with Larday Newman explaining your current situation to you, uh, and just a brief moment of catch up, briefly describing how you had won the battle, but had ended up being in the, at the moment, servitude of Larday Newman, uh, due to the fact that the two, Kira Dambala and Larday Newman, ended up taking your ship while you took the life of the Sky. A whole lot of tension here, but we at least had our feathered friend back as she questioned where was Kip. And that question was quickly answered as well as you looked down and saw your friend's corpse, which was dragged away a few minutes later. Uh, the Is that the voice too loud or is that too loud? Okay, sorry. Um, Kipley's body was brought beneath deck, and the gotcha. Um, it was brought beneath deck by Lauren Day Newman for some purpose you're all unsure of. Uh, but it was clear she had some sort of interest in her, even though she was at the current moment deceased. She was already undead before, but now she was trapped in a jar, still unable to do anything conscious, and able to think throughout all of the hours that she has been held within it, but unfortunately unable to do anything, take any action at all. The party took a long rest after having their reunion with Reese. You woke up the next morning, and you had some ample decisions to be made. It seemed like Lordy Newman is acting a little different. She seemed more excitable, a little less irritated, and offered a deal for those of you who are still alive that if you went into her servitude and took on the mission, you could absolutely still do this. If you wanted to break the contract, you could die. Or a third option was put on the table. If you could play a game of cards. This game of cards was very briefly outlined and not too obviously laid out before the party, but as players, a few of you immediately understood what was happening, as it was a gambling game. Basically, the majority was in your favor, as the number of people you had versus her was hopefully enough to survive that at least three of you would come out, whatever this strange game was, alive, well, and potentially blessed. Um, the majority of you were all lucky motherfuckers, and ended up only getting good rolls. Um, a number of boons and items were bestowed. A number of creatures were bestowed as well. So there's a sea dragon egg thrown in there somewhere. And the majority of the encounter went well for you, as most of the night was either just talking about rolling or rolling. Um, there was a brief bit, excuse me for glazing over it. There was a brief bit the night before, excuse me, that we had an interaction with Jared talking to his own NPC. We had Kira Dambala and now Duradon having a brief bit of almost brother sister esque ranting. Duradon annoying the shit out of her with sibling energy as she denied that it was annoying her, but it was very obvious it was. And essentially just bringing down the Dambala name as someone who had previously respected them, but after seeing how Lauren Day Newman treated them, and seeing that she worked with Lauren Day Newman, that it was harming their reputation. Also, you learned that Kira doesn't work for Lauren Day Newman. In fact, Kira hired her. At least she says so. Um, Still more than willing to do things under her command for the moment, but there's some strangity that was introduced with that. Eventually, you went to sleep, but not before Mustang. Also, both Mustang and Duradon had a conversation with your new armored friend, the one that Duradon beat the ever living shit out of. A large, kind of just colossal armored titan that was purely just a soul in a suit of armor, named Aldwin. Mercenary for hire, said that he'd been working with Lauren Day Newman for about 4 months, and made some very, very interesting and funny jokes with Mustang. Now giving so many fun ideas for what Mustang does in his free time. Um, the group overall came out successful in the demiplane. The only one that was hurt in the end was unfortunately Duradon, as the last card that he drew, very similar to my own in Jared's campaign, was the card of Ruin, meaning that not the card of Ruin, excuse me, it was the card of Talons, meaning that he lost every non-magical and magical item, excluding artifacts, on his person, meaning he lost about 90% of the physical items that he had just gotten, and was also thrown into a moving dungeon. Now, luckily, or perhaps unluckily, we'll see in a few minutes here, the dungeon couldn't go up to the maximum distance it was trying to reach while inside the demiplane, as the demiplane isn't that big. It only goes up to 100 feet by 100 feet. What happens to it after it leaves, or if the demiplane drops or is broken, who knows? But for the moment, Dirdon is currently imprisoned. All of you have just received your wonderful gifts in the form of various items, boons, or just benign token. As we pick up tonight there, you will see Laura Day Newman, who is currently hiding behind one of the tables in the back, like fully crouched down, but just kind of sitting on the opposite side, nervously glancing up at all of you as Dirdon flew off, Team Rocket style, into the distance, a brief smile crossing over her face as she walked back over. Now, a few things, of course. Mustang is no longer sitting just himself. For the moment, we're just going to use another copy of Mustang. As there is now what apparently is a female version of Mustang, at least you know this true by your cards, that is sitting across the table from you now. There is a number of both adorned jewels, various different items put on the table, the forms of wooden suitcases, uh, and a very happy cleric. As we pick up tonight's session, all of you have just watched as a naked Duradon has flown across your vision into the very close distance, but still into the distance. And there is now what you could estimate to be a roughly 60 to maybe 70-foot tall stone monument with large legs made out of various bits of metal, stone, and wood, slowly trying to move, but its legs are just kind of doing the little skedaddle that dogs and cats do when you hold them in the air and they can't go anywhere. They try and paddle, but they can't. It flails aimlessly and doesn't actually move anywhere because it doesn't have anywhere to walk. So it's just a strange scene as he is struggling in the distance. But all of you are fully back to yourselves. And as the session picks back up, hi, how's it going, Brian?
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Whoa!
Yep.
I just noticed too.
I know the Mr. Fly on the wall.
Just ignore me. I'm just sitting here listening for now.
Oh,
He's back.
Oh my god.
I know.
How, how could we ignore it?
We had to at least say hello. But it's good to see you back, my friend. I hope you're
It's good to
doing
be
well.
back. Thank you. Oh yeah, much better.
Hell yeah. All right. Fly in the room addressed. We start tonight's session as two things happen. One, you see the copy of Mustang confusedly look around at all of you, looks at Leonard A. Newman, looks at the moving island in the distance, looks at Mustang, and looks at Reese. And you can just see smoky eyes just kind of squint and narrow. And you hear the voice call out, "I'm sorry, what the hell's going on here? Who the fuck are you? You're a handsome devil, but who are? What? Oh, I have so many questions." And Laura Dane walks right past and goes, "I'll let all of you deal with this. I'll go bring back your friend. It'll take roughly 10 minutes. Don't do anything crazy in the meantime. I would also be very careful of what you do with that large moving stone in distance. Poking and prodding things that randomly flying about in space aren't the best idea. But congratulations. This means that all of you have passed this game and this trial, and you have a lot to talk about. And we have potential business to do once you fetch your now 3 of both mind, body, and clothes friend. I'll be downstairs if you need me." And she makes her way downstairs. And you are all left alone in a various different state of confusion, joy, and wonder. What is
Reese.
Mustang's initial reaction?
Mustang, he is just absolutely gobsmacked. He looks at her, glances down to her giant boobs, and then is like, are you a wrangler too? I mean, that outfit doesn't seem very practical.
I've wrangled a few things in my time, yeah?
Okay, but besides the point. I'm sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. My friends and I, we were in a sticky situation that involved drawing cards from some magical deck, and one that I pulled said a version of myself will appear beside me from, I don't know, somewhere else. So, it's nice to meet you. I'm
Oh,
Mustang.
shit.
I assume you're also Mustang, and he's gonna hold his hand out for a handshake.
Mustang as my adventurer name. My friends call me Jane. Pleasure to meet you.
Dang!
Jane
Alright,
Strong.
lovely name.
And she shakes your hand, and it's the first time you've ever felt 2 dust particles colliding. As you've ever met a ghost person like yourself, especially not one that's also made of dust. And it is... It's not firm. It's more just like if you're cleaning multiple like either vacuums out or just large collections of dust, and you accidentally hit both of them and they just poof up in the air. It's just a little poof that pops out, and she just looks at it as it floats up, looks back down at you and goes, "Oh, that's funny." So I'm supposed to be here to fucking what? Help you do something? I'm confused.
Uh,
I was just enjoying a nice sea breeze, but now we seem to be in the astral plane.
Rectamundo, ma'am. Yeah, you just
Fucking hell!
sit here, enjoy yourself. I wouldn't expect anything. You go whatever we pulled you from, and this must be a mighty inconvenience.
Oh no, I was doing fine on my own. I mean, I was enjoying a nice morning to myself. Is that a floating castle in the distance? Does that have legs?
Yeah.
Holy
One of my
shit.
friends just got sucked off into that thing. His name was. It is Duradon. Do you have a Duradon?
I can't say I have a Duradon. Unfamiliar with the name or term, but interesting.
Well, how about this? Do you have, I don't know, a group that you roll with? We
Oh
call
yeah.
ourselves the Six.
You call yourselves the Six?
Yeah, usually there's six of us, but as you can see, things are not going to plan.
She starts doing a head count. Oh well. I mean, if that fine lady that just walked downstairs is part of your group, I mean, I guess, but hmm. Well, we're part of the Fantabulous Five from where I come.
Oh my god. Yes, I could have put his head in his hands.
I don't know about just the Six. I mean, just add some adjectives in there, man. Hey, you're missing out on a lot. Also, where's your gun, honey? If you're supposed to be me, I don't see what you're rocking. Unless it is a tiny thing.
It is not tiny. And he's gonna pull out the
Oh,
Primonica.
the harmonica. Is that a fucking harmonica and a gun?
Yeah.
I immediately take back what I just said. That's fucking awesome.
Damn straight. And he's gonna put it away.
Can you play that? Or is that shit? Wait, hold on. We don't need to breathe. How do you push out air?
Uh, it's complicated. And how do you not know how to push particles through things? What?
I don't know.
You've
I'm
never
mostly
tried
just.
to play an instrument?
Well, I've played a number of strings, but I never really tried anything that required me to blow on something.
Uh, he's gonna pop the harmonica off the harmonica, and he's gonna just blow on it so it makes just a
Well,
yeah. And then he's
yeah,
gonna
it's
hand it
played
to
out.
her to try.
Huh. They take it, put it up to their mouth. A few seconds pass. Huh. Just the slightest bit of wind passes through. Oh, no shit. That's weird. Your world works different than mine. She tosses you the harmonica back.
Your world, uh, is it changing all the time, shifting like mine, or
Oh, we
does
mean like
everything stay
mountain
still?
peaks disappearing, deserts popping
Yeah,
up
yeah,
in
that
the
kind of
middle of
stuff.
that ocean. Bunch of random shit, yeah.
All right, glad to know that's the same. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Just off chance?
I know it happened a really long fucking time ago, and it didn't have anything to do with me or anyone I know.
Yeah, fair enough. That's about all I know too.
I haven't really put much thought into exploring that. There's been more prominent things.
Like what?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I would.
No,
I'm
I'm
a
just
curious
teasing.
fellow.
Oh, well, you see, there was this grand adventure that my partner and I started off on.
Partner?
We. Hmm? What was that?
He just said partner.
Party. Party.
Party. Okay.
Yeah, no. Partner? Not really my thing. I've tried, but most men don't really want to date something that can just pass through walls accidentally, especially not one that's made of dust.
I'm glad I don't have your luck.
You don't say?
No, but keep going.
We're gonna have to talk about that later. Yeah, no, we started off on a ship. I think it was called Evening Breeze. The how do I put it? The government that was running that ship hired us to do a job. We ended up getting ambushed the first day into that job, killed a bunch of people. Um, we ended up fighting a bunch of like overpowered, weird looking vampire motherfuckers. And there was this hag, and I don't know, it was crazy, but that was just before we even got to the island. Once we got to the island, shit was even more fucked. Monsters were everywhere. There was slimes in people's food, and we had to try and get that out. There was a undead problem. There was a dragon problem. Crazy fucking archmage that was just rolling over the land. It was not fun, I will tell you. For a start to how I got to know these people, paid well, handsomely. But that was a shit show and a half.
Yeah, it sounds like it, but I mean, at least you got paid handsomely. I don't know about that. Still. Ouch.
What about you? What was your first start mission of these folks?
Uh,
Thex.
he's gonna look back at everyone nervously. Well, first we got blown up, and then
You got
we
ambushed
murdered a
too.
bunch of people at some docks.
Just like me. Mine was on a boat though.
Yeah, and then yeah, I'm pretty sure half of us got captured. The other half, I was a part of the half that did not get captured. And he's gonna kind of
Good for you.
cross his arms.
As expected. Of my better half.
But
I guess
it ended up all working out in our favor, despite looking down the barrel of some unpleasantness, you could call it.
I mean, it doesn't sound so different from me.
No, it doesn't in the end. But do you recognize any of these people here? And he's gonna kind of gesture to everyone at the table.
He looks towards Reese and goes, I have not a singular clue who the fuck you are, no offense. Looks at Zyrus, never met you a day in my life. Looks at Mammoth. Huh. Didn't you used to have a beard?
Not that I know of.
Oh, wow, you sung. Oh, whoa. Is that a child? Your name,
Yes.
Mammoth?
Yep, that's me.
How old are you, son?
8.
You're 8 years. Oh my god. You're bringing an 8-year-old on this shit? My man
He's
is
having a
42
very-
and he's a dwarf. Are you a halfling child? Or gnome child? It's hard to tell. You're all so young and tiny.
No, I'm a halfling.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What's wrong with you?
Nothing. I just know magic
No,
and stuff.
not you, honey. You're fine. What's wrong with you? And she looks at his mustache.
And he's having a very enriching childhood. He's a very capable young man. Don't patronize him.
This is not
Yeah, I'm having a
patronizing.
good
It's
time.
concern. You said you got ambushed and blown up. Was the child blown up? Did you blow up a
Yeah,
child?
we all were blown up.
Oh my great heavens. Sparks above. Oh.
I
You're
mean,
crazy.
I've had worse. Wasn't that bad.
You've had worse than getting blown up? Oh my
Yeah.
god, the slapping child meme. Jeez, Megan. Wow. Well, I see you're missing a lot of folks that I would recognize, so I don't know if that's on purpose or not. You said Duradon was one of the others? Duradon fellow?
Yeah.
Was he a
He's
new
indisposed
addition
at the
or
moment.
something?
What was that?
Was he like a new addition or something, or have you been traveling from the start?
Yeah, he joined us after we lost one of our other former members who I didn't get to know too well, but she seemed
Who'd
like
you
a
lose?
real special lady. Her name was Maeve Dambala.
Holy shit. Maeve died?
Oh man. Of
Maeve?
course you get to keep your Maeve. Yeah, she died.
Yeah, like right there.
She's like a fucking monster. What killed her? Was it like a Taraz? Like a archfiend?
No.
Like a demon?
Goblin-esque pirates.
Oh, honey. We got different names. My condolences, but goddamn. Pirates? Goblin pirates? Was there like a lot, like multiple fleets, like multiple ships?
No, just one. That's it.
Powerful monsters
One
on
crew.
board, like world ending serpent under their control?
Oh my god. No, no. Uh,
Oh, wow. Okay. What about your other friend?
which
Isn't
one?
there?
I got
Well,
a few.
I think I don't know if it's the same, but Rictus Nordstrom the Seventh.
Ah, another sore
Yours from Brian.
subject. We ran into some trouble in a place called Portcliff. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't.
Oh yeah, I've been there
Uh,
before.
and he ended up getting kidnapped, abducted, whatever you want to call it,
Oh,
by a group
shit.
known as the Heralds. You know anything
Harold.
about that?
I don't know heralds.
All right, no Heralds.
I have the Children of Tomorrow or whatever the fuck they're called.
Are they a cult obsessed with fixing the world, but
Yeah.
whatever way they think best?
Big time. They're all in like one big dweller in the north, all fucking crazy. Anyone that passes by, they just fucking ice them. That's not entirely true. We passed by, they didn't ice us, but they tried. Fucking hate them.
I think the general consensus here is that we also hate I guess, the children of tomorrow.
Yeah, probably a different name, but I forget. I have, well, I used to have Rick just write everything down for me, but he is not here to be my note. So,
Yeah, our Rictus was a studious one. He was an artificer. Definitely the most normal out of all of us, that's for sure. Had a very sane head on his shoulders.
oh, we had slightly different Rictuses. Mine beat the shit out of somebody the first time that I met him. But he's
Yeah,
very
me
polite.
too. And I still stand by what I said.
Oh, okay. Well,
One hit Rictus. All it took was one big swing, and that guy went down. It was impressive.
yeah, with mine, he just kind of grabbed him, and then electricity sparked off his fingers, and that man, ooh, the sound and the smell did not go well. Let me tell you. But I have an understanding that I'm supposed to, I don't know, answer questions. You said.
If you're so obliged.
I
It
mean,
seems as though our worlds are a bit different, though, so I don't know if
yeah.
we could count on your ability to predict our future or anything of that nature.
Also, wait, you said you had a friend. I just want to clarify before we go on because I do have a tinge of concern, even though I don't know him. Did you say you had a friend named Duradon? Is he dead also, or does that have anything to do with the large moving castle in the distance? Is that your pet
It
or
has
something?
to do with the castle in the distance.
Okay, I had
Shrouded
a
dungeon, if you will.
dungeon. I didn't know this version of the six was into that stuff. All right. Sure. What you got for me?
Well, I have some questions, but I don't know if I ought to ask in front of everyone. He kind of glances aside. Does anyone have any questions for Lady Mustang? I realize this might be a Mustang sort of experience, but you're more than welcome.
She looks back and forth a couple times. I think if you want some privacy, we could oblige that for sure.
What, you got me like answering some dirty fucking questions or something?
I mean, obviously not if you have no luck with men.
Well, I said no luck with man.
Mm,
Oh, I see. You
Never
dirty
said
girl.
dog.
anything else about all the other
Kitty
spectrums
girl.
that we can venture into this world. Smile just broke Megan's face. What you want to know? I mean, if you want them to leave, I don't give a
No, I won't
rat's
ask
ass.
them to move. We can just go over there, and they'll point to the up the stairs.
Sure thing. Give me 2 seconds, because my brother's calling me for some reason.
oh. boy.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
This is such a nice surprise that you're back, Brian.
I know. I was cheesing so hard when I finally noticed that you were in here.
I was like
just
counting
trying
the
to
number
sneak
of
on
names
in.
I saw. I'm like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
I know, when she put fly on the wall, I was like, what?
I thought you were talking about like in the video. So
I
I was looking
know,
for a fly in the
same.
background on your video.
Rick just got it pretty quick. Brian saw it.
Oh.
There's
I almost
actually 6
put-
of us.
I almost put a fly on Mammoth's shoulder, but I was like, well, that probably won't fit.
Hmm.
It would totally fit.
Are
Reese-
you
Big fella.
are you gonna be back like frequently, or is it just sort of a test session, or?
No, I should be back. Back.
Let's
He's
go.
back.
yeah.
Let's go.
Dom
That's
did say
why I
it might
call
be
him
a while
Victor
before we
Royale.
can, because of everything that's going on. So it might be a while before I actually partake in anything, but that's fine. So
Ugh.
Can't have like a temporary. Can give you possession of Zyrus for a little bit.
you guys been doing okay?
Reese died.
What?
Now she's an owl.
Briefly.
Now she's a what?
An owl? Owlin?
Interesting.
Yeah, she got reincarnated.
Wow.
Yeah.
What else did I miss? Jeez.
Duradon
Many things.
freaking
Last-
creamed a colossal creature which had new fight mechanics that Dom introduced.
He
Yeah.
did what, Ash?
he reduced him to the paste. He creamed him. You've never heard that term before?
I also want to point out you said never mind.
No,
No.
I feel like I heard
Sorry.
Ash right.
Thank you.
I just heard someone got sucked off. That's all.
That's
I heard.
thank you. Oh my god! I didn't want to be the one that was always in the gutter. I'm so glad you're fucking back. Because that was all I heard.
No, that is not what I said.
That's why
Wait,
this guy.
It's what you said. It's just not what you meant.
I mean, unless Duradon's into that, I don't know. No kink shame, but no kink same.
Oh god. I love you, Ash.
I love you too, Megan.
Oh.
So we're all gonna turn back around and go rescue Rictus now, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, fuck the heist.
Yes, please, please, please.
Well, I've got a decision to make's the thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be back.
Mm.
I just don't know if it's gonna be back as Rictus or somebody
Oh.
else.
Ooh.
That's
Oh.
tea.
So I'm seeing what I can come up with. If I can't come up with anything good, then yeah, I'll come back as Rictus 100%.
I wonder if you do make a new character, will they be just as sane as Rictus, or
Hmm.
are we going crazy mode?
Joining the
I think
crazy side.
He's a rogue. Crazy mode rogue.
I'm back as one
Definitely
of the.
not more reason.
Hold on.
We've definitely missed having our lawful character.
Scroll.
I just wish it hadn't took so long, was my only thing. It took a while for those medications to kick in.
Come back as
Man.
Varnak.
Oh God.
Would you say?
Come back as what?
Varnak.
Oh,
That would be a twist.
I'll relinquish control of Bush Guy if you want.
Oh my
Or
God.
no, what's his name? Hieronymus?
Hieronymus Jackson.
Hieronymus
What?
Jackson,
Okay.
the Crangler.
Yeah, you have to tell him about that, because
Yeah, I
I've got
missed
this
that, too.
plant, Hieronymus Jackson.
Oh my god, I come back
Wow.
Hieronymus Jackson lore.
Apparently, that's going to be my new character. So
Yeah, I'm offering
Oh,
control.
the 4 hit point bush?
Yeah, that one.
I voted for him to come back as Varnak, but
Oh, very funny.
Oh.
Can come back as Varnak's like 17th child removed. So it's just a really depressed Asimar. Alright. Sorry about that.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was just checking in on me because,
Oh.
you know, he was worried
Oh.
I was dying. But I'm in fact living for the moment.
104 is still in the wrong direction. But
Okay.
A little too much living.
Hey, who gives a shit? Mustang runs a higher temp than that, and he's fine. So we go off that logic.
literally
Don't touch on
dead.
that. Shut up. All right, so moving back on. Kidding. Moving back on. Fucking, we left off. Or I think you said you were walking her up where?
Just away from the group, up here. He's got like, he doesn't want to look like a puss in front of everybody.
All right. Well, as you two walk up, just because this has been a no you conversation. What are the rest of you doing? Mammoth, Grease. What's going on in your heads?
she's just staring out at the astral plane, looking around.
Mammoth.
He's admiring himself. Or he's like not admiring. That was like he's like
Oh my god.
I don't know, giving himself a once over. Cuz he feels
Yeah.
Imagining
different,
yourself
but
in
he
a
doesn't
beard.
know how yet. Yeah, that too.
You notice absolutely nothing has changed. But you feel change deeply. And you also
Puberty.
feel,
Sorry.
you also feel oh my god, no. You also feel very well rested at the moment.
Yeah,
So
especially
a little bit of the bags under your eyes have disappeared. Hell yeah. We'll briefly go to Duradon before we go back to Mustang. So Duradon, you have been you have been thrown from sitting at the table to butt-ass naked, all of your equipment gone, knowing many bad results have been thrown your way. And you almost lost the legendary item that you just got. 25% chance. Luckily, you went past that and you didn't lose the one thing you held on to. As Duradon opens his eyes, and you can see you're in a brammed 5 by 5 foot stone cell, iron bars in front of you. You are currently in chains, and you see that Clarence is on the opposite side of the bars, kind of leaned up against the wall. But booty ass naked, rather cold, and very confused. What is Duradon? First, what's Duradon thinking? Second, if Duradon wants to try and do anything. You also know you're a father.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Huh? Oh shit. Okay, yeah.
You did see the wormling egg before you got thrown in.
What the fuck? Okay.
You had like a second to process it, but you're now like, wait a minute, hold up.
Yeah, I was like, a Doradon, Jared. Who are you telling this to?
Oh yeah, no, sorry, Jared, you are the father.
Like, oh god. Oh shit. What can I do? He looks at the chains. He looks naked. He looks at like himself.
He looks naked.
Yeah, he looks naked.
It's an accurate description.
And you said that my buddy, my pal, is he in the same cell or in another cell?
He's outside your cell, kind of leaned up against the wall opposite to you, as is still in stone sword form.
Durotan is gonna look at the chains. And are they just like manacles on his wrist, or what we working with here?
You are manacled by both your legs and wrist, and you can see
He's
there's.
gonna
It doesn't bind you to anything, but you can see there is a metal collar around your neck as well.
he's gonna try to test the metal kind of these, and he's kind of gonna try to twist the chains of the manacle to put them under a lot of tension, and then try to utilize a quick and powerful force to see if you can snap them.
Sure, go for it. You can go ahead and make me an athletics check.
Okay. This is only going to be
17.
17.
Echo throughout the hall. Very painful wrists. Chains are holding strong.
Okay.
Anything else you want to try?
I'm gonna try that new thing that he got. He's not real hot on the whole spell thing, but it only requires verbal. So he's gonna try to use the knock spell.
Oh, okay. I completely forgot you got the knock spell, and I was like, "You're gonna cast Speak with Plants?" Well, what? That was the 104 Fever Dom speaking. Cool. You're gonna try and cast knock.
Mhm.
You open, you open your mouth to speak, and there's a few moments where your lips are moving, but you hear no sound.
Gotcha.
Go ahead and make me an intelligence. I'll say intelligence or perception. It was written into the stat block as intelligence check, but perception check would also do you well.
Perception. That's only a
27?
Yeah.
Only because you specifically, not just everyone else, but you specifically, last night saw a collar get put on somebody, and an adverse effect happened. Not just an adverse effect, but a magical effect happened. You very greatly understand that the sound that you clanked on the chains echoed. So it's not a silent spell, but you are currently mute. And you have a very strong understanding that, or guess, that it probably has something to do with the collar around your neck that's not tied to something.
He's going to. Okay, this is frustrating. He's going to try to rip the collar. And he'll rage before doing so.
Go ahead.
And try.
The It's would normally be at disadvantage because you're raging. It's at advantage, so it's just straight roll. You're trying to pull on the collar from chained wrists that can just barely reach. This is like the most uncomfortable bending over you've ever had to do because you are not made for this cell. This cell is made for medium creatures. You are pushing the line of a large creature. This is like your head right now is as close to your kneecaps as you can physically get. But you can still make the check, so go for it.
Okay,
I'll tell you right now,
that's
you're looking for a solid DC 22.
Gang, that
ripping
is
metal
okay.
with your bare hands.
It's only a 10. Fuck it. Hold on. I'll use an inspel.
Inspiration.
for this. Yeah.
Yeah, first attempt, you
Uh,
try. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Natural
Oh, natural
20. There, a golf clap in the chat. There you go. First attempt, you try and pull, and your finger comes loose, and you scrape the top of one of your knuckles, and you scrape just enough skin off for you to get like not hurt, obviously, like hit point worth of damage, but enough to get you like more mad than you already were. And with that little bit of like the fuck, I just stubbed my toe energy, it just pops right off. You cleanly break it because it's not dense or thick metal. It is hollow on the inside, and you can see there was runes carved within. And after you pop it off and the two sides fall, you kind of let out a sigh as the rage. It's not a sigh, it's more like a heavy grunt. As the rage kicks in and you can hear your own voice.
He'll yell, now kind of like, still following the anger. He'll yell and he'll, be like, Haruma, get up. You gotta get out of here.
Herma doesn't move.
Fucking shit.
And then a few
I'm
seconds
gonna try
later. I get it.
Okay.
A few seconds later, you see the sword ting, 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 slowly. I don't know how many early 90s cartoons you saw, but when a still object flips over itself in the way that it lands from blade point to hill, blade point to hill, blade point to hill, slowly begins inching its way over towards the cell until it hits the iron bars and it's just stuck there. And you see it falls for the gap and continues to make its way towards you until it's sitting at your kneecaps. And you hear in your head, I'm in so much pain right now. It's not pain, it's just like, do you know when you're heavily constipated? Or you have a really bad migraine, and something is wrong, but you don't know exactly what until that what happens? I'm in the in-between phase right now, Duradon. It's not good.
Oh, it sounds like you're hungover. That sounds like a hangover.
I can't transform. I can barely move. I'm just a fucking sword, Duradon. I am just a sword. I don't like it.
Oh, buddy.
I've never been limited like this before. This doesn't make sense. I'm a legendary fucking weapon. You don't limit the fucking blade of sin and stone. Fuck me. What did you do? What is this? Why are you naked?
That's a lot of questions for someone that's bound. He's gonna try to knock again.
You cast knock, and everyone on the ship can hear a loud, audible. Oh god, I wish I had the fucking Discord sound for that. You all hear a loud knocking sound as close as you're gonna get. As a chain, the left wrist pops open and falls to the ground.
Hey.
Still got two more.
Okay. Cool. He is going to pick up Hurma. He's gonna roll a d4 to see which property he got today.
Go for it.
Oh, is that the one? Is that the one?
Let me see. I always forget to pull up fucking Herma's stat block every time.
I did too.
I don't remember. Let me just type in.
Hold on. I'm gonna scroll it.
Zone
Scroll it up.
2, steel and stone. That is
Oh,
the
fuck.
area of effect. But
Yeah.
you do know, the option is available. You do have a once per day respawn since you hit your 25 kill mark.
Run the roulette. Let's pray we're not finding anything. I mean, that's helpful either way. Sure. Gonna re-roll.
Or.
Or.
Sorry, but that is the could be helpful. That's the disenchantment sinner seal.
Yeah, it could be hella helpful. If some shit get testy.
But you do have the sword in your left hand now, and he is back to his normal longsword form.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So it looks like I'm gonna brute force through this. Snapping chains and hitting shit. Horma, you can't transform at all?
I'm trying right now. I tried to become human. I tried to become a little stone ball so I could roll over. Didn't fucking work. Something about this place gives me the... What do you humanoids call them? EBGBs? Creeps? Shivers? One of those has to be correct.
Yeah, one.
I feel like if I were a lesser item, would be completely disenchanted at the moment. But because I'm so fucking awesome, and because we're an awesome duo, I'm barely functionable.
Okay. Let's think. Do we have any? You can't break by like normal means, right? Like, I couldn't
You mean shatter me?
I couldn't shatter you normally.
I can
right?
die. If that's what you're asking, yes, I can shatter. It's what I warned you about before. Briefly. I'll come
Okay, so
back
you can-
eventually, but yeah, it takes a lot of time.
Okay. I was gonna use you to put tension between chains and try to snap them, but like, is that enough to break you?
If I died
Shatter
by
you?
chains, I would be very depressed. I don't think I will. I mean, I'm a legendary sword. I would hope I can break chains. I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't understand this place though, so please be careful.
Cool. I'm gonna do what I know best. He starts to swing at the chain.
Cool. you start beating on some chains. Duradon, you hear the sound of what is familiar to you, because you had already heard it the day before when you were fighting inside of the Sky Swimmer. The sound of armored footfalls headed in your direction. And as that occurs, we'll go back to the Mustangs. So Mustang, as you're at the helm with your female counterpart, rest of the party kind of sitting around the table, just in a various mix of shock, awe, and understanding. What do you do?
Mustang, he's gonna kind of sit down, his back towards the railing on the floor, and he's gonna kind of pat the space next to him for her to sit down.
What a gentleman offering a floorboard for a fine lady. She plops down.
But if you're really me, you ain't that fine. And that's how we like it.
She tilts her head towards you. Ask your questions.
Oh, God. No one's really fine. Okay. You're Fantabulous 5
Mm-hmm.
I imagine with Maeve around that she's the one leading the charge.
For the most part, kind of like a joint leadership situation. They
With
asked
who?
if I could, and I said, "Fuck no, I don't do that shit." Uh, not part of it. The joint leadership was between Rictus and Maeve, because we quickly established that Rictus was one of the only sane individuals in our group, and Maeve was just one of the more charismatic and powerful members. So she was kind of like a good scary dog privilege behind Rictus in case something went wrong.
Hmm. I wish that's how it would have played out here.
Yeah, it still sucks that yours died.
Yeah. Way to put it bluntly.
Hey man, nothing you can do about the past. All you can do is keep moving forward and try your fucking best. It apparently looks like you've been trying with a whole bunch of different teammates, recruits, new people. You do have my condolences, sincerely, but goddamn, your world must be either unlucky as hell or y'all really need to change profession.
Well, this wasn't my original profession. My life was much more mellow before I picked up with these folks.
Mm-hmm. I think I have an inkling.
Yeah, if anyone would. I was hoping maybe you ended up in the same situation as I, but I don't think I would wish this upon another me. We're not cut from this sort of cloth.
No, I'm good. You can keep this reality, or realm, or world, or whatever the hell this is.
Yeah. And I don't know. My life, it's made a lot of mistakes. Really, really, really big ones.
Like,
What about you? You got a squeaky clean record or
tell me about some of your mistakes.
some of my mistakes?
Yeah. Anything of note? You said you made a lot, but any big ones that I should avoid?
Well, I had a family once. Twice, even. By some standards, and I lost everything twice.
Hmm.
Those
No,
are two big ones.
yeah,
You go through
no.
anything like that?
I was more thinking like adventures and shit, but alright, that was
Nope.
depressing. Ain't this realm a ray of sunshine? I never really settled down for family. I mean, I had a wife at one point. Um, she was my darling. It was nice while it lasted. But well, crossed the wrong people. They knew more than I did. Can probably guess the rest.
Yeah, I can.
I don't know if your world has brotherhoods, but they were part of them. They weren't an influential member, but they were a member, and that was enough to get them tracked down. And well, it's been a few years. Few lonely ones.
Hmm. Do you ever get lonely?
Yeah, occasionally. Party's nice and all, but they all have so much going on at once. And well, I mean, they bring fun and drama and all sorts of different things to light, but I mean, whenever we're taking our 1 week breaks in between missions, I'm just kind of on my own. That's where you just caught me, actually. was on my way back to meet up with them.
So, you all don't see each other outside of the missions?
Occasionally, sometimes we want to do group activities, sometimes we just need a break. And this was the latter.
Well, I guess a little space never hurt anybody, but I've found that I don't want to be very far from these people, and that I quite like them, and that's a very scary thing. I feel like all the people I let myself get close to, I end up hurting, or they get hurt because of me, and not too different to what happened to your wife.
Yeah.
Just how do you reconcile that? That desire to not be alone, but also the fear of hurting whoever you come near. I'm so afraid, especially now that I've been put in charge of these people, that something bad's gonna happen to them, and it'll be all my fault. And I mean, look at it. Look at all of them.
Look at it.
It's just,
Such a valid
it's a damn
statement.
mess.
Look at it. You do see the smoky visage, similar to yours, put on a more somber look as the eyes kind of blink in and out. You can see the smoky brow forms into a furrow. I wish I had a good answer for you. I really don't. See, my group asked me to be a leader at one point. Because I'm pretty decent talking my way either into or out of things. And a whole lot of them are just real weird. Like, really bad at talking with people. Like, concerningly socially unaware. No grace. Bad. And, I almost did it, but kind of chickened out at the last second, and Maeve ended up standing up for me, so I think you're better than I in that case. I mean, if you're willing to stick your neck out for this bunch, despite the thick or thin, I think they'll have to respect and understand your decisions. You got a lot of responsibility to bear. I don't think it's going to be easy. Certainly doesn't look easy for those two back home. I mean, they argue every now and then, and they don't always agree on courses of action, but end of the day, they try their best to keep everyone as a group alive and continuing in the directions they want to go. By the way, I gotta add, this isn't your ship, is it?
Oh, I wish.
Okay, I was gonna say we had very different tastes if this is yours.
No. We have a ship called the Dragon's Vow, named after
Dragon's
Maeve,
Vow?
in her honor,
That's nice.
in the material plane.
Dragon Vow. Well, I hope that helps a little bit, but if we have the same mindset, even to an extent, I think you will spend a lot of your time thinking about these fine folks, and you may overthink it a little bit every now and then. As long as you think it's what's for best of them, or what they need to do, well, I hope everything will turn out just as fine as it can. I would like to say I think so, but your world seems very unpredictable, so I think me saying it will would be injustice. Wouldn't do you right. But I gotta ask, you said you're... I mean, if you have any other questions that are important, feel free to cut me off, but you said your name was Mustang Strums, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't go by any other name?
Once upon a time, I had a different name, but this is the one that suits me best, I feel.
Hmm.
And you said you go by Jane. Why is that?
You see the kind of kick their boots over the edge a little bit, kind of wiggling them back and forth. And they immediately look up and begin a 1,000-yard stare into space. Literally. How much do you know about yourself? Like, yourself. I presume we've had different adventures and we're different people, but I reckon we might be a little similar in one aspect at the very least. The fact that we're dead right now, but we used to be alive.
I know Mustang quite well, but whoever came before, we are unacquainted, and I quite like it that way.
Really?
Yeah. I told
How
you.
so?
I'm afraid. What if whoever came before me, whatever man got stripped away so that I could exist, what if he was a good man? What if he was better than I'll ever be? And someone out there lost a father, a brother, a friend, a lover, just for him to be reduced to whatever I am.
And I thought I was the critical one. I mean, we may be different, and of course I can't speak for myself, I guess in this case. Yourself, us. I was a little more curious than concerned. I didn't want to know it all at once, of course. I still don't know the whole story, but I went to this shaman and wacky wild hair, kind of really bitchin' boots, but she opened up my mind a little bit, and a voice called me Jane. Talked to me a little bit, told me a few things. I was fearful before, but that gave me hope that even though at least I'm a different person right now, I still was a person. I could still have things out there for me. I don't know if I'll be stuck as a ghost to wander the plains forever alone or forever finding new friends as the old ones die out, but one day I do want to find out more about who I was, what I was. Don't you in the slightest?
Maybe maybe if I lived a life more like yours. I've done a lot of bad things to a lot of real good people, a lot of people who didn't deserve it, people I didn't even know, and I've changed a lot since that time of my life, but I'm still reconciling with my past and the guilt of all that I did.
Hmm.
And I thought I had a handle on that and that I'd worked through it all, trauma, put it all in a little box and put it on the shelf somewhere in the old mind's eye. But similar to you, I met a hag out on the open ocean and she opened my mind. And as much as I didn't want to admit it, she gave me a glimpse into what I might be and who maybe I was. And I crumbled. I was afraid. I wasn't curious or filled with hope. I was terrified. But I feel like with these people, the six, that I'm on the edge of something new, something great. And maybe my feelings will change.
I can't say they will. I can't speak for your entire experience, but I live in a very cruel and unforgiving world. It seems that you are one and the same, if not more. I think some way or another we probably did the same shit, if not worse. I didn't just burn bridges, I scorched entire town. Not literally, but the amount of people I did wrong. Well, I guess maybe literally. There was that one time. They
Don't
deserve
bring up that one time.
They deserve. I've lived a very long time. I've had a long life. I've seen a lot of different people go through it. I've had a lot of time to reflect. Can't say I'm over it, or I've forgiven myself, or I've reached enlightenment where I hope others forgive me. I've done a shit ton of wrong. And the but part of this is probably still not going to fix it. I don't think there is a whole lot that can be done to fix it. But for each little good thing I do, each job I take that isn't hunting, killing, ravaging, pillaging, collecting, you get the gist. I like to think I'm making a difference. Even if it is a tiny, close to insignificant difference, every little bit I put towards trying to change as a person. Trying to understand that what I was doesn't define who I can be. Well, Maeve has taught me one thing, it's this. You can do a lot of good things for shitty reasons. You can do a lot of shitty things for good reasons. But the only reasons that actually matter is the reason of why you specifically are doing it. If you feel it's justified in your mind, if you feel that you, at the end of the day, no matter the result, coming out feeling better, good, different, then you don't really need to worry about what the others do you. I'm still working on that latter part a lot. Uh, but I like to think I'm trying, you know? Sure, I could have been a murderer or terrible person in life, but well, we're both Strums now. We got long lives to live, and we've already lived a decent bit. If you reflect just a little, I think you'll see we've changed a lot. We'll probably change more. I'm sure one day you'll be having this conversation to yourself. Just try and make it not justification for doing something bad. Validation for doing something good. I have a tendency to rant. Did any of that catch, or did I just
No.
spiel into the void, literally? And the hand just kind of whiffs
Well,
up into the air.
literally, yes, you did spiel into the void, but I catch your meaning.
Alright.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. One smoky slinger to the other. It's the least I can do.
He's gonna reach an arm out and kind of pat her firmly on the back. Yeah, what's a tender moment between Strums, right? And he's gonna start to get up.
You said you had a partner.
I've had a few. But,
Kurt's still alive.
I mean, partner in the sense of duty or in the
Partner.
other less fortunate way?
Think you know what I'm getting at.
I'm sure he's still alive. He's out there somewhere, but
Treat him right, Mustang.
too late for that.
No, it's not. Too late when they're in the grave. They're still breathing. Still a chance to do them right. At least get the smoke off your chest. Yeah. I don't know how yours ended up, but you don't want to end up like one of my biggest regret.
You see Mustang, he leans forward and puts his elbows kind of on the railing and he puts his head in his hands and, you know, I can cast sending. I haven't reached out this whole time. How awful is that? He deserves someone better.
How long you known that spell? Guesstimate.
At least a week. You can see he's joking.
Fun.
I don't know if it's a symptom of my avoidance of knowing myself, but my memory and ability to keep time from getting wonky in my mind is subpar.
I was never really good at keeping up with people. I could cast that spell for years. I only called once every couple months. Make sure they were still kicking. Job was taking me too far out, or complicated situations had us part too long. Drove a stake between us. Caused problems. Problems that I never really tried to fix because I was afraid. I don't want that for you, especially if there's a chance for you to turn out better. Maybe call.
Yeah, maybe I
What?
should. But another day. I've got some very, very big fish to fry, if you can't tell.
Mhm.
And he's gonna gesture over to the stone castle.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
A woman that passed us on the way downstairs.
Yeah, Lorna Day Newman.
That's her name? Wait,
Yeah, that's her name.
I know her as Bella Vermilion.
Oh, is she
She,
just as awful?
I mean, she crazy. She kind of crazy. But she was. She was a divergence for our group. We had a lot of different split ideas or decisions on what to do with her. Or I guess how to approach her. Just be careful around that woman. She doesn't go out of her way to make enemies, but not the easiest of friends to maintain. She runs a dangerous life. Did she also blow up an island in your world?
Pretty much, yeah.
Crazy
But
shit.
close enough. Genocide was on the table.
Oh shit, there were people on the island?
I assume it was no matter to her.
Damn. Okay, yours might be more crazy than mine.
Yeah, I'm starting to pick up on that. Remember how
Our-
you were saying that your friends have no social graces?
Oh yeah.
A large majority of mine are also in the same boat, and one of my less, she has a, she's gifted with words, but only when it comes to deceit. But this time her gifts failed her, and
I got one of those.
she got put in a jar. Soul jar.
She got put in a jar?
Yes.
They shrink
But,
her down or some shit?
No, she, it was a lot. Her, basically, Miss Newman killed her on the spot and put her soul in a jar. In the
Shit.
very instance of slight disrespect, which she's just a woman of principle. You can't fault her for that. My
You can't
friend, I
fault
mean.
Okay, I was gonna say, you can't fault Newman for that?
No,
Because
I will
that
fault her for it till the day I die.
Yeah, no, that seems like something you can fault for.
I'm pretty sure she
Killing-
said she was gonna go get the jar. I hope.
Hmm.
You did her stupid game, which is why you ended up here.
Yeah, how'd that turn out for you besides me?
Had a necklace appear in front of me
Mm-hmm.
and a gold coin that I can't seem to shake off. But other than that, all went well, except, of course, my friend going flying butt naked through space into that stone dungeon, which we will need to save him promptly, I imagine.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it is. But as much as I would love to keep pestering you, as I said, I've got a naked friend of mine that probably needs saving. And yeah, probably. I don't know. He's really tough, but I don't think he's that tough.
Can I ask you one more question?
Oh, yeah, shoot. You're the guest.
Your visit to Port Cliff. Did you see There's a long pause. I did something there I'm not too happy with, or proud of in general. But it wasn't really me. It was something inside me. Or I guess something that is me. I don't know. Curious if you had a similar situation, if you knew anything about it.
Unfortunately, I did have the same experience, and I know very little other than that this being is regarded as the primordial spark, and if whatever's inside me is inside you, it seems it burns with some sort of insatiable hunger.
Not what mine is called.
Really? What's yours called?
You know, I've only heard it once. I'm not even sure if it's true or not. You know, the translation, whatever the fuck they were speaking, some memorial bullshit. Called himself the Pillar Creation. The, flame that sparked it all. I have not a singular fucking clue what that means. But, yours is a much shorter title. I kind of prefer yours. But just be careful.
Yeah,
I think they mean rat bias. They haven't done me anything wrong, I guess, yet. But they are. They. It is a person, something inside of us. I don't know what they want, but they're mighty fucking scary.
I will reserve all my judgments, save that one. It is mighty fucking scary. Thanks for chatting with me, Jane. And he'll offer to shake her hand once more.
She reaches out, shakes your hand. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna be here a little bit longer, so if you think of anything, or if your friends want to ask me anything, feel free. I'll just kind of sit, relax, and look at the stars, I guess.
My friends aren't exactly shy. I'm sure if there's anything they want, they'll come find you. But yeah, make yourself comfortable. I'm not really sure how long you're going to be here for, but we'll make it work, whatever happens.
Sure. I do hope I get back soon. We're getting kind of close to a deadline for getting back. I don't want my
Yeah.
friends to be worried about me.
We'll make it happen somehow. Don't worry. And he's just going to kind of waver off a little bit as he's walking back down the stairs to all his friends.
Sure thing. Reese, Mammoth. Anything you two doing in the meantime?
No.
Reese is gonna test her wings in the astral plane.
Oh,
that's so
damn.
sick.
Ooh, that's actually a very good point. What is Reese's intelligence modifier?
It is 4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. So, although in most cases you would normally struggle, especially after a reincarnation, to kind of pick up your new body right away, especially the flight part. But as you jump upwards and begin flapping your wings, it feels like you're almost swimming in the air. A far less friction is on you. Almost like your mind wills you to go another way. And your body kind of follows suit. The wings are flapping, but you feel no air or gust or any further movement. And while you're in here, you have a movement speed of 40 feet.
Hmm.
You find you don't really have to be stuck to the binds of verticality, as you can just basically traverse in any direction you want at any time. But it is fantastic practice for the wings in the case that you are not falling, or don't have to worry about falling at the moment, as you did a few times the other day.
A few? Does 1,000 feet count as a few?
Yeah, I think it does. At least 4.
Um, she'll land back on the deck and just flutter her wings a couple times. She like kind of smiles and looks around to see if anybody's watching, and like kind of, oh, okay, and just like goes
Cyrus.
about herself.
Zyrus claps, gives a golf clap. How is the new body treating you?
It's still a very strange thing to have to get used to, but it's fascinating. I almost wish I could do it more often, but also, no, I don't. Well, have you ever been through this?
I've been polymorphed before.
Hmm.
I was turned into a toad. Not nearly as freeing as a bird. But the
Can't say
experience of having a different form was, not pleasant, but strange.
How long were you in a toad for?
A few days.
Jesus.
The world perspective when I switched back was jarring, to say the least, but I feel you're going to have it much worse, as unless you want to fix it. I think you might be stuck like that for a while.
I think for now I want to adapt. I think I'll find having wings quite functional and beneficial.
Certainly couldn't hurt, especially after the battle we just came from.
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic, isn't it?
It's very ironic, yes.
How are you feeling about the current situation that we find ourselves in? Also, are we going to do something about the moving island that just appeared and naked Duradon flying into it?
I thought.
Or is that like something we want to get to as a group?
I thought Lauren Dane said she was going to bring him back.
Oh no, she should bring Kipley back.
Oh, that's what she meant by her friend. Here I was just waiting for her to bring Duradon back.
Oh. Oh no. That's not. So I was under the impression that we were all just sitting on our asses, just kind of waiting to regroup after,
Reese looks back at the floating island, kind of feeling guilty now that she hasn't made efforts to go save Duradon.
Man, I hope he's okay, because I feel like he's gonna have words if he survives whatever that is.
Who steers the ship? Can we steer it in that direction, or should?
I don't think this can move.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
We're not moving right now, unless it can. I don't know how this works. I've never captained a spaceship or astral sea ship before, or whatever the fuck this thing is.
I mean, I could fly over there, but I don't exactly have the strength to carry him back.
I think he's like quadruple your weight, so maybe not.
Yeah, especially now. Hollow bones and all. Actually, do you think my bones are hollow? She like looks at her arms.
Depends on what flying race you are. I knew there was a Aarakocra I was quite familiar with, one of my old party members, but they had hollow bones.
Hmm.
But then again, there was also your friend Kibli. She does not, I assume, have hollow bones, but she turned into like a bat thing.
Hmm. But I don't think she's of a bird, of an avian
Avery.
species.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, I mean, if you want to break yourself open and find out. That was a joke, though. Please don't. I've heard stories of what you've done.
She kind of looks down at the ground. Yeah. I don't exactly feel the need to cut this arm off.
Oh, that's right. You were kind of rocking skeletal one for a while.
Mm. Yeah. Although I'm a bit curious, it was said that something was put inside of this body before I was conscious within it, and I don't exactly know how to figure out what that is. You think Lornadane would tell me?
She did say that she would give us information if we chose to work with her as business partners.
Hmm.
Outside of that, probably not. She... Look, you haven't known me very long. We haven't talked a lot. I don't think there's been many interactions with me outside of normal business hours of combative experiences and such.
Hmm.
Nothing in this world has made my blood run more hot than dealing with that woman. The amount of restraint I had to put on to not do something, despite being battered, bruised, and barely alive. I mean, again, I wanted to slap the shit out of Kibli, but I wasn't gonna fucking kill her. And I couldn't revive her because she put a fucking soul in a jar. So fuck me, my one job is taken.
When you drew from the deck, you weren't harmed in any way, were you?
Oh no, I feel fucking great. I'm fine.
I feel like, as a part of our group / of our employ, your arm was a bit twisted into drawing, and I don't think that was.
I was never going to draw more than one. Bare minimum to make sure that you all stay alive. And I got extraordinarily lucky as my main. I feel my spell casting has improved, even if it is slightly. So you have my somewhat thanks for that. I don't really know if thanks are in order because it is a fuck situation altogether. But hey, I will be better at doing my job of protecting all of you. So
I do find this new body quite fascinating. I may see quite well in the dark when I was not previously without the aid of magic or fire or otherwise.
well, you didn't have dark vision before.
Yeah, sometimes I can't figure out why the Vidalcan never developed dark vision, given where they came from. But yeah, no dark vision. Almost brutal. And now, after drawing these cards, I feel my mind is even more sharp, and eyes are sharper, my senses are sharper. It's interesting.
That's good. Good to see. I mean, my question, ever so briefly, to you now is, after all this shit, what the fuck are we gonna do? I mean, obviously, I don't have a large voice in decision making, but it seems like we are in between a boulder and a place that fucks you.
Well,
Don't tempt me. He's crazy.
Ash. I have a mind to do a couple things, I suppose. Bringing along an entire group on a single person's plan is a hard thing to do.
Meant more about the, bitching who situation.
Bitching
'Cause-
who?
Yeah, bitching who. Because I sincerely doubt that she is going to drop a spell that makes us do whatever she says just because we played cards.
Yeah, I was weighing reality of that, and it didn't really check out for me either. She seems to be of a character that likes to wield power over other people. And if I understand it correctly, we wouldn't have it within us, even collectively, make her change it.
No, I don't think so. I feel the second I would try to dispel something, I would drop dead.
Yeah, let's not try that. I can't from my view.
I wouldn't like to find out who potentially could.
Who could potentially revive you?
Yeah, because then they're gonna hold that shit over my head. I'd rather just stay dead at that point.
I'm surprised that as a group we haven't had that conversation, because if you were unconscious and someone needed, or otherwise, and you
There's
needed...
a reason you hired me.
True.
I have not gone down a single time in any of our battles, despite them all being fucking crazy. And I hope you know, I still stand on that point. I think it was Duradon. Someone made a point of that. For why you would hire someone for my purposes. But I'm also a captain, and none of you can, captain a ship yet. Multi-purpose tool. I'm great at everything I do. You're welcome.
Multi-purpose tool, hey?
Oh, because you're an artificer? Yeah, I didn't really think about that. That's funny.
A little funny.
Are we gonna do something about Duradon? I feel really bad just sitting here talking, and I
Yeah.
don't know if he's being like tortured in there or like eaten. I think he's being eaten by an island. Is that possible? I have a strange feeling he's being eaten.
I don't understand how we're even supposed to get him back over here.
No. I don't know if it'd be better or worse if we left the demiplane and like it would come with us, or
I guess I could go talk to Lauren Dane.
maybe we should.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of which, Ghibli, lovely Megan,
Yep.
as you had to witness all of that in the form of watching all of your friends draw cards, have different fates fallen upon them, and saw a naked Duradon fly off into the distance, Team Rocket style. Lordane takes you beneath deck, and you can hear her chanting. And as you're kind of in the cloak, everything is darkness until she sets you down on the table, next to your own body. You watch Mammoth drop dead for asking a stupid question. And okay.
What?
No. You see your own body from your perspective, which is jarring. And after about 10 minutes of chanting, she stops and kind of puts her face right up into the jar, so you can just see like a kind of when you look through the opposite end of glasses and the image is blown up by like 10. You just see a blown up Laura Dane's face as she looks down and smiles at you. I'm going to put you back into your body now. Just know, I've already taken the precautions. if you try to do something stupid. You've already heard what happened to your friends. It will happen to you as well. I'm holding up my end of the bargain for bringing you back. I said nothing else for killing you again in case you do something equal to or as annoying, or more annoying than before, actually. Yeah, more annoying.
Kimberly just kind of rests her head, well, her imaginary head back against the jar and just kind of smiles a bit. She doesn't say anything though.
I think you know the words I'm going to ask you to say.
I don't actually. I'm not very good at this game.
Not a game, just memory.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Whatever you want.
Go ahead. Make me a persuasion or deception check.
Pacha! Is this the first roll of the game? No. Gyrodon did some earlier. Disregard.
Alright, tell me
22.
22. Okay. I am not looking at my main monitor screen.
Persuasion.
Roll in. I was gonna say, don't tell me which. I'll do an insight roll, and then you'll tell me what fail. But that's fine.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Persuasion.
Okay. Well,
Hey, man.
fair.
It was good that you chose persuasion in this case. There's a brief pause. She looks at you, doesn't break the smile, and just goes, "Oh, and by the way, you have a very interesting device on your leg. I figured out what it did. I was wondering, did you tell your friends that you're on the way to Lichdom yet or no?"
I don't think it mattered. Does it matter to you?
It's something to keep track of.
Does
Most
it?
liches end up being just greedy, stupid, bigger for what they can actually do in this world. I just didn't take you for the type. Kill all those innocent souls, and yet act so righteous.
Yeah. I guess I'm just your typical lich.
Go ahead and give me a deception check. Deception or persuasion. 24. Okay. Ooh. There we go. I had to get one. Current roll, not kidding. You see. She goes, I want you to know, I don't personally have anything against you, nor am I that interested in you. But I don't think you're the one that started this. See, I'm very good at creating hunches. And after examining your body thoroughly, I don't think you're trying to become this. I think you are cursed with this. And I think it can be removed before it gets worse. Because it will get worse the more people that you kill. And in this line of profession, I think you kill more often than not. Were you aware of that? Is that something that you would like to do? Maybe you see this as a blessing. Could be any of them with your complicated mind.
Am I complicated to you?
You're something. Certainly not simple.
Well, for
Why a
someone...
shifter would have a curse of a lich mark on her? Or why you would need to fake having blood flow and hide it from your friends who you seem to be dearly close to. That they would risk their lives so stupidly in order to bring you back. I think there's a lot more behind you. And I felt a presence in the jar. You're a warlock, I don't know of who. As if someone rather powerful. So I know at the very least you're used to making deals, huh?
I'm quite
we can-
familiar with deals.
Good. Maybe we can make one of our own after this. I think we're more alike than you actually care to acknowledge. Only difference is I am the more powerful one at the moment. I think you'd be doing the exact same or worse if you were in my scenario. Miss Gomorda.
She kind of...
Mhm.
Her eyes kind of drop for a bit before they kind of look up at her through the jar. And she kind of smirks a bit. I'm okay with power struggles.
It's not a struggle.
For you.
No. Dynamic, maybe. Struggle? You jest. I could have turned you to ash as easily as I put you down. But you're more useful alive. Far more. And I think after this, there's actually a pretty decent chance that we might end up doing business together. Because I have a lot of very valuable information. I'm a very influential woman.
I like influential women.
Thought you might. You know, you learn a lot about somebody when their soul is trapped in a jar around your waist. I have to ask you. Do you know where you're going?
Do you mean that like existentially or just like in
I
the
think you have no
moment?
idea where you're going existentially, my dear. I think you mean you know and I know where you are trying to go.
I don't
But you
think
haven't
you
slightly.
know where I'm trying to go.
I absolutely do. You don't get to where I am without having little birdies everywhere checking in, dropping you some interesting notes. You know, some of them crows, some of them small little peckers, others ravens. She gives you kind of a cheeky smile.
Alright. I'll give you this. You're far more powerful than us. You know far more than us. You pretty much have the complete upper hand.
All of which is fact.
Yeah.
Is there a but?
No, pretty much I'm just sitting here in the jar.
Are you just coming to accept your current condition?
It's a peaceful condition.
Isn't it peaceful when you don't have much choice? Simple.
It is. But flip side of that is as much as I love the peace,
Yearn for freedom. Hate the entrapment.
no,
Or
there's
just
a
really
side of
don't like
me that
being-
really likes the chaos.
You should have drawn a card then. Because that deck is now transported who knows many miles through different realms, etc., etc. That's the incarnation of chaos.
I guess it's a chaos that most people don't understand then.
The type that you cause.
Maybe.
Selfish little devil, are we?
Yeah.
I really think we are more alike than you think.
Hmm,
Truly. It's like
maybe.
looking in a slightly less good looking mirror.
Have you ever been stuck in a jar?
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Then I don't know if we are.
Well, I'm going to bring you back now. And I do hope you don't do anything too chaotic. Understood?
Sure.
This is going to be a very interesting conversation. She finishes the ritual. And just as quickly as Kipley's eyes closed, they open. And normally you would take a breath, but instead you sit up from the table, look down and can feel the pulse pacemaker continuing to have your blood flow. And feel all your equipment is still there. And can also see, kind of looking down at yourself with the goggles around your neck, that she was indeed not lying, as there is obviously not one that you can decipher, as you haven't gotten to that place yet, or haven't tried to reach that understanding of Arcana yet. But you can see there's definitely a spell cast on you. The amount of foreign magic that is covering your body head to toe. You see Loradane smiles, offers you a hand to help get up.
I'm fine.
Only being polite, dear.
Thank you.
Well, why don't you go up first? I don't want them going crazy thinking I left you behind if I'm the one that showed up first.
I don't think it would matter.
I'm trying to put on a good look here. Trying.
Do you really think it makes any difference at this point?
I like to have my fun.
Alright. Kipley takes a moment to kind of get her muscles going.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter because she doesn't need blood flow.
Nope.
She gets
Because
going.
there's already sluggish anyway.
Yeah, just kind of mentally moves that body and starts to
moving.
march her way forward.
And Mammoth, Reese, and Zyrus, and Mustangs came back. All see that Kipley emerges from the bottom deck in one piece, alive and appearing to be breathing. hauled in tow by Lorna Dane Newman.
Reese is gonna rush over real quickly and try to sweep her up for a hug.
Make me a dex stick. No.
I'm curious how Kipley's gonna react, given I don't really know how much she is aware of with Reese and her new body.
She saw everything happen.
Good, okay.
Yeah, I think Kipley, like, you feel her, like, kind of stiffen up. And that's about it. That's all you really get from her.
And she sort of realizes that you're not overly receptive, so she like slowly let go of her arms, and she'll get a little bit of a smile on her face. Look, Kipley, and she like spreads her wings out in like full mast. I got wings.
Kipley, her eyes kind of look at you and almost like seeing through you, and she reaches up a hand and just kind of runs them along your feathers. You're so beautiful, Reese.
Oh. Thanks.
You've always been beautiful. I'm so glad you're alive.
Her mood shifts quickly and her wings sort of slowly fold back together. Thanks. I wasn't really sure what happened to you, but I'm glad as well that you're alright.
Yeah. All good. She kind of gives you a little pat on the shoulder.
Maybe we can go for a flight sometime together.
That sounds wonderful. And she kind of keeps walking forward.
Reese will get out of her way. She'll nod ahead. Lorna Dane?
I did hold up my end of the bargain.
Part of it.
The dead walks once more. I will ask. What are you going to do about that? And she just points at the island that is still just kind of legs slowly. Actually, no, it's kind of rotating at this point. So its body's kind of flipping upside down as its legs just kind of kicking in the air. Comically so. What are you going to do about that?
Thought about flying over there, but I don't have the resources necessary to get him back.
Well, I could help. Could.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can deal with it yourselves. Up to you.
Feel like your could is largely tied to if we do something for you.
Very perceptive. Reese. Risha Amos, right? Knew a fella named Amos once. It's funny. Risha Amos. All it would be tied to is please. Thank you. I mean, you did win your gamble. You're technically free to go if you like. But I have a feeling the majority of you have a lot of questions. And a lot of information that is required for you to proceed in your future endeavors. So I doubt that even if I did free you now, you'd still stick around. I doubt you want to fly away so quickly. So simple, please. I can disintegrate that thing off this plane. I think if I go back, it would only make it worse. So perhaps keep Diridon in one piece. Is that an egg? And she just kind of looks down where Diridon was sitting at the very obviously scaled egg that is sitting in his seat. Huh. Interesting. Never seen that one before.
Do you know what that egg is of?
Well, could I identify it? Might be a little bit of a wasted special. Do you want your friend to wait extra 10 minutes?
No, I don't mean immediately. I thought if you had the life experience to recognize such a thing, it doesn't matter. Would you please return our friend to this deck?
She looks around at the rest of the group.
Alive, please, in one piece.
I second that.
She looks at Mammoth.
What?
Show her your best manners, son. Say please. Please help us.
Can you please help us?
Good job.
She looks at
Good
Kipling. Mammoth, who's literally just spacing out.
Oh. Yes. Whatever you need.
Couple quick nice words there, Kipley.
Just gives you a smile.
We are here at your complete behest.
Reese keeps mouthing the word please to Kipley.
Which is very hard to do with a beak.
I was gonna say it's probably hard to understand with the beak.
Yeah.
She'll see the tongue move a little bit. That's about it.
Oh god, what an image. Baby bird. It seems like you don't really want him back all that much.
Why would you say that?
Kipley, say please.
Didn't seem like words had a lot of value at the moment. Or at least you didn't value him enough to say them. So, you can deal with it yourself. No rush.
Kipley.
You want me to say please? I can say please. As she turns to Laura Dane, and she'll drop to her knees and holds her hands up. Please, give us what we need.
She glances over at Reese and back at Kipley. See, I just feel like that's too much. Before too little, too much now. Somewhere in between. Maybe get off the floor. I don't really do the whole kneeling thing. I'm not a matriarch or a monarch or anything like that. No
Kipley
words.
pushes
hold
up off
plenty
her
of power.
knees and stands. Forgive me, I don't understand the levels.
Simple please would do. I don't think you've spoken a word, dear. And she looks over at Cyrus. And those closest to her can see that Cyrus has her finger pushed into kind of the side of kind of like the crease where the palm meets the thumb, and is pushing in so hard the rest of her hand is kind of going like white knuckle white, and is pushing just hard enough to cause herself to bleed.
Kipley would move forward and like drop herself prone before Lordain on her knees and grip her ankles face to the ground and basically grovel.
Grip Lordain's ankles?
Yeah.
She does not let you get that close.
Okay. She'll...
The second you start walking towards, she goes, no, no, no.
Please.
You're fine where you are.
please.
Captain Amaril, are we missing something? Please bring him back. He says in the most monotone, just 1,000-yard lead paint stare.
Risa goes and stands beside her and pats her back, and I'm sorry.
Well, rousing. You guys, you're getting better. You are getting better. I think within a fortnight, perhaps you will have a normal conversation, and we can have
That's near impossible
speaking
with you.
terms. Maybe
Hmm.
if you listen enough, and the world makes you 1,000 times more understanding overnight. Perhaps. I'm jesting. Ah. Well, I hope you are ready because this is very fun to see. Does anyone know his full name? I need his full name, not just Duradon.
The Savage Hunter.
Not a title.
Hmm.
I need full, first, last. If there's a middle, it helps.
The Savage Hunter's probably in the middle.
Duradon the Savage Hunter what? Come on, member of your party, you don't know his last name?
I thought that was his full name.
Old clan name was Bashala.
Bashala. Thank you. Look at that. Fantastic. Duradon Bashala. Perfect. Right. We hop over to Duradon real quick. Duradon. Go ahead and just make me a few, maybe 2 attack rolls.
That is. Fuck, did I get one? Ah, there it goes. Okay.
Also remember, Claret is still a +2 sword.
Yep. Let's do
23. More than enough.
and
23. More than enough. You begin cleaving through, kind of putting pressure on and bashing at the other chain. You're going on your other arm, I assume.
I think
You go for the legs.
he's gonna work for the legs. If he hears the people walking, he's kind of working for the legs.
Sure. Go ahead, roll me damage for both.
Okay.
It's gonna be a D8 version of whatever this is because it's longsword.
Yeah. Okay. Adjust. Make sure that everything else is turned off. Yep. That is 14 and 12.
Hell yeah. Ting, 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 ting. Cutting the main chain binding both your legs together. You still have the clamps on both your legs, but the chain binding them between is snapped and broken. And you can hear all of the footfalls, which sounds like multiple armored individuals, creatures, moving in your direction. And you watch as they all line up in front of your cell, and you see a variety of headless armor of different types, wearing different banners and crests carved into them or on their capes and armor, on their pauldrons, and you can see wielding shields, swords, spears, and one with a very large great axe. You see they all just kind of sit in front of your cell. There's roughly about maybe 6, 7 of them. And they all just awkwardly stand and watch as you slash for the chain, and you kind of look up and can see all of the headless armor sets just kind of staring back at you as much as they can stare, which is not much. They don't immediately move or do anything, but it is one of those almost Western standoffs as you stay on the ground and they stay, weapons drawn, staring at you. What does Duradon do? And Orsay.
He's gonna be like, so I assume you're not just going to let me walk by and leave. You're already missing your head. I don't know if there's a greater indecency and loss of dignity than getting your shit caved in by someone that's naked. But we're gonna do this. And I beat the shit out of all, and he counts
7 of them.
7, 8, 9, 7 of you. Um, and I'm still in the middle of escaping. Wherever your heads are, whatever your soul's name is, I will make sure that they live in mockery for the rest of my natural life.
Poetry. Sure. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check if you would like.
Okay. As I've broken the
You can use
collar and several. Okay, cool.
you can absolutely use strength.
It's if that's the case, it's the same as my athletics. That is advantage. Just a 22.
22.
Just 22.
Just a 22. You've been weaning away from that phrase recently. It's been weird. Making a comeback.
Got to.
As you are you standing up? Are you kind of remaining in the semi sat down / kneeled position that you're in when you broke the chains?
In a kind of kneeled position, now feet kind of underneath him, ready to leap into action if he needs to.
As you're in the kind of crouched, ready to spring position, you see one steps up that doesn't look any larger than the others or wielding any different weapons, still sword and board, with a long sword and a shield. And you see it steps forward and just kind of puts its body as close to the metal bars as possible until you just hear the clang as metal hits metal. And he watches it sticks its what would be head, but now it's just emptiness. And you can see the inside of the armor as it sticks its hand through the bars and just reaches out for you. And just like a clawed gauntlet, just kind of not actually making the sounds, but just kind of making the little I don't know why I did that, like you can see me. I'm so cooked right now.
Oh.
It just reaches out like its arm. Exactly. Megan gets it, tries very hard. It tries very hard to reach out to you, but it can't because you're too far away. And its arm doesn't go that far. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception, got you. That will simply be a small little 20.
20. You see, a few things happen at once that you understand. As the other armors move forward and mimic the same motion, kind of dropping their weapons so they can try and reach through. One with the spear tries to stick the spear through, but doesn't have enough room as you kind of just move to the other side of the cell. You quickly realize these are not intelligent beings, nor really sentient ones. As you look inside the armor, and you can see holding the armor together in a kind of mushy exoskeleton is a droopy green substance. You would
This is a
assume,
ooze.
I would assume to be some sort of slime or ooze. And you can insult an ooze, but to how much can it comprehend it, man?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I guess this thing isn't sapient. And I don't think slimes are plants and or animals, and so I can't really
To the cell. It is
communicate
just
with it.
cell bars. This does not look like it's a dungeon that's meant to be escaped. And as you kind of look around your situation, it's just kind of one of those like, "Huh, if I had a quarter, how many times slimes would be in my life? Don't think it would be many, but fucking weird that it happened this many times.
Uh, he's gonna try to work at his other hand, um,
Yeah.
and free it. Yeah.
Make me an attack roll.
Dang shit. We're gonna do this recklessly. Because I'm naked and my AC is gonna be
'Cause
as
I'm
good as it's ever gonna be.
I know it's a truth that I played
Sorry,
some
not
part,
athletics. What the fuck? Yeah, you did this.
but it is so much funnier when you just keep saying "cause I'm naked."
Yeah.
28 to hit.
Yep.
Sure. As you go to swing,
Mhm.
you hit the chains with 13 slashing. It doesn't break.
Okay.
However, you watch to add confusion to things. As behind you, the room lights up because it's completely pitch black in here. The room lights up, and you watch as kind of this glowing, somewhat golden, kind of golden sunset orange appears behind you, and you hear your full name spoken out of Durdan Bashala, which, just checking, Bashala is your actual last name, correct?
Yes, it's
Okay.
the clan's name, so it's therefore my last name.
I had it written down twice because I remember you almost named Herma that, and I didn't know if I just wrote down the Herma name twice, or if I was playing mind games with myself. But I figured as much. Cool. So you hear your full government name dropped through the portal, and you can hear it's Laurendane's voice as it just bamps into existence behind you. You hit the
He'll
chain.
yell into it.
It's there.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say you hit the chain. It doesn't break. Portal appears. Slimy gauntlets reaching through. What do you do?
He's gonna he's gonna yell into the portal. What is this costing me?
You don't get a response, and you watch as the brief moment that it appears, it begins to shrink.
Slimes this. Your ex is giving us a way out. You mind if we take it?
You just hear a sigh. I don't know. None of this feels good, man.
Listen, if she asks me to give you over so that she can do non-consensual things, I will protect you.
I'm more worried about you're the one that's naked.
Honestly,
Clothes on.
I didn't lose much of my effectiveness. Clothes optional.
You're not wrong, Duradon, but time's running out. This conversation cannot be happening. As you see, the portal is now shrunk into the size of like a dinner plate.
Yeah, he'll reach through.
Second, you
Then-
stick your arm in, you feel a pull on the other arm that is still chained. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Con save. That's only a
8.
8. Yeah.
Pick a number. Because I could roll for it. Pick a number 1 through 5.
5.
5? Perfect.
Yeah.
Take 20 points of bludgeoning damage as the chain snaps, but so does your wrist, as you can hear a loud pop. Your shoulder briefly comes out of its socket, and your wrist snaps to the point where it breaks, and you watch as, because it breaks, it slips through the chain, and you are violently pulled through the portal and emerge naked, wristless, and deshouldered on the other side, now standing on the ship amongst all of your friends. As you can look around, see 2 Mustangs, a Zyrus, a Mammoth, a Bird Reese, and an alive Kipley. And you see in the distance the flailing arms, or not arms, excuse me, legs kind of kicking throughout the air and slowly rotating in space, moving island.
Dang shit. He's gonna say, thanks. What did this cost? What did you have to bargain?
Very, very deep price, my dear Duradon. I don't think you want to know. It cost you dearly. Price has already been paid.
But it's all good. Come on.
Who are you selling into slavery? I feel like this is
Far worse
who do
than
you
that.
own now?
They
So
had
what?
to say please.
Oh. All right. So, are we good? Welcome back, Kipley. Hi.
Oh, hey.
Maybe. Hey. You've
You're
not said
naked.
anything else. I am.
Do you need clothes?
Mustang is going to take his cape of Reese and give it to Duradon.
Reese was gonna give it to him, so that works.
It does not fit you.
Yeah.
It's a
have
Reese
to
of mighty
wear
fine
it.
loincloth.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to wear it as
okay.
as a fucking dress. Wrap it around yourself like a towel.
It's pretty.
Like,
It looks really
Thank
nice
you.
on you.
Leather covering you. Very interesting show. You all gathered. Do you want some actual clothes before we have a conversation?
No.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh.
I was about to say,
She
Kipley,
looks
why
at the
do you want
one
me to be
naked person on the fucking ship.
Kipley, why do you want me without clothes? I feel like that is
A very
Um,
bold choice. I mean,
Don't think that's what I said, but I just didn't
you said
need.
no.
I don't need you to be in clothes. If you want to be free and naked, that's fine.
the implications within this group just got spicier. You see Zyrus just full fuming in the background. Just giving Kipley the worst fucking dagger stare on this plane.
Yeah, Kipli kind of feels it, but she's just completely ignoring it for the moment.
What do the clothes cost? Jesus Christ.
Do not use his name in vain. No, I'm kidding. God, that'd be funny. Have a religious zealot be an archmage. You see, she kind of gives you a big grin. Goes, I already had him say please. I don't know how much further I can get. Your pinky toe?
You want me to give you an extremity of my body for clothes?
Just bargaining ask. You can negotiate down if you don't like it.
Give you one mine.
Yeah,
No, stop. People, stop giving body parts. I'm good. I'm good. This is
pinky
fine.
toes are like nothing.
Did you just offer a pinky toe so I could give him clothing? I like this one.
Jesus.
That's funny.
Doesn't exist.
This is very funny. I like that. You only have like 3 toes to give. They're not even toes, they're talons.
Yeah.
I don't think you can walk if I took one of them. I think that's how birds work. I forget. Anyway,
Well, I've got wings.
I was
Also,
joking.
you were just so ready to give up a piece of your. Didn't you just come back? We just
I
got
know.
you back.
Sort of rolls her eyes over dirt on. I've cut off larger limbs for less.
Toes? Oh, goodness me. Anyway, how about this? Say your full name, asks my full name very politely on your hands and knees so I don't have to see what's in between your legs, to cover himself with something that is decent of somebody who has just survived a great ordeal. Please, thank you, Almighty, my full name.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be butterball butt ass naked. So
Oh,
that's
Oh no.
that's fine. I'm good actually.
Reese smiles over to Duran. I like your style.
That would be so much
Thank you.
funnier if you said that. Oh, shame. She snaps her
You could go
fingers,
over.
and you watch as Duradon is fully clothed. It is in a. Oh, what does she want you to look like?
Everybody
What
ever
you
told
mean?
you it's more effective to wield respect than it is to wield fear?
She doesn't answer that. As Dom's thinking of funny clothes ideas. The I'm gonna say she puts you. She does double down and puts you in a loincloth for the bottom. It is a longer loincloth.
Mhm.
It's almost like a Scottish, what they call
Kilt.
kilts, in a kilt. She puts you in a Scottish kilt in the bottom, made of like kind of more bestial furs and leathers. On the top, she gives you a midriff. It gives you a short cut, kind of, just a jacket, just a long trench coat that kind of runs down your back, kind of rocking it One Piece style with Luffy figure. You're still cold. This isn't actual clothing. You see her cast an incantation to make you look like this, but you are, for all intents and purposes, not looking naked at the moment.
Yeah.
I think that's better.
This is so much better.
Right, and you have the nice little midsection to work with.
Oh,
You
it's
do seem to be getting out.
perfect picture.
You want me to take one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that cantrip.
I'm sorry. Why? Okay. This is. I guess this is just my life. He's gonna go pick up his egg.
Sure. You go to the table and you see the egg is completely still, and as you pick it up, you feel it wiggle a little bit.
It's quite the responsibility
By the way,
for
The egg,
someone of your nature.
the egg is not a small or tiny object. The egg isn't technically classified as a medium-sized creature.
Jesus.
So it is roughly about 4 feet by 4 feet wide and 5 feet tall at the moment.
5 feet tall. Oh my god. It's a fucking massive egg.
Oh, I love it.
Bigger than mammoth. Or just as big as mammoth.
Embrace it.
A dream.
Cast prestidigitation for putting it back on. Oh, that's great. I love that. Well, now that that is all settled, shall we talk? Oh, so would you like me to destroy that thing, or would you like to just have it roaming about? I don't know whether it's going to try and recapture you or not.
What?
I've never seen someone get out of one.
The tower?
Yeah, the massive thing.
Oh, yeah,
So-
no, destroy it.
She looks at Duradon. Do you want to keep it around?
I mean,
Any attachment?
not personally.
Obliterate it.
But if it costs me something, then no. I'll just deal with it.
Please, Miss Newman?
Please.
Not you.
Oh.
Him. And then she does kind of give you a smile as you say, please.
Please, Miss Newman.
Oh, I don't know if that was sincere, Duradon. Bashala. Badass last name, by the way. Bashala. Do you come from the Fae?
I'm sorry, the Fae?
Fae Woods, yes. Or Fae Realm. Either one. Sounds like a very Fae
Not,
name, Bashala.
not that I know of. We come from. I mean, the lands may have been somewhat tied, and we fought druids over it, so. Uh,
Oh. Oh. Oh, shit.
Right?
No, I think I just know. I think I just figured out who you are. Understood.
Oh, I mean,
It
share with
won't-
the
it
rest of
won't
the
become
group.
that.
We all want to know.
Secrets, my dear. Say it one more time, nicely, perhaps. Big puppy dog eyes, and that thing is turned to dust. And maybe I'll be very nice and keep your little secret, unless you want to share. To you.
Does Duradon know what she's hinting at?
No idea. You have a few ideas. You've done a few things, but
Yeah.
you don't know what she's referring to.
Duradon will look at her. Fuck. I almost called her Latter-day Saint. Miss Newman. Uh, Pretty please, Miss Newman. Could you destroy the big and scary tower?
Oh, so that was adorable. You said pretty please. I like that. See, that's fun. Pretty please. All it takes to get places in the world. And suddenly I've turned into a male British accent because I lost my hearing for a second. Hold on.
God.
Had to switch ice packs. Very well then. You watch as she walks to the back of the ship. She's kind of walking right past you. As she walks past you, she pauses, looks down, and just goes, not bad. And she pats Cyrus's shoulder as she walks past her. Goes to the back of the ship, and you watch over the next, I think it's gonna be 18 seconds. She casts a spell on herself. She casts 2 beams of slightly gray transparent energy, and you watch as she casts a third. And on the third, the entire building, stone, bell tower, legs, cute little flailing and all evaporates to dust, turning into ash in the astral wind. Mustang, make a dexterity saving throw, or we're not kidding.
Oh, I was gonna say he was gonna start golf clapping, but I don't know if he's busy dodging shit.
No. That would be very funny, though, to get stone dust in you. It actually doesn't drift anywhere because there's no wind in space. It just sits there awkwardly. And she walks back down, takes a seat at the table. Ah, well then. What a very eventful morning this is. Only been awake for a few hours and already so much has transpired. Also, congratulations on being a father. Or mother. As she looks towards Duradon once more. planning on keeping that, or would you mind parting ways with it?
Your father!
Uh, yes.
Who did you birth?
Spencer
The
seems to
responsibility
be...
was thrust upon me.
Oh, that came right
I
out of his
didn't
asshole. You
birth
missed it.
him.
Big old egg. Plop right out.
What?
It's a good thing he was naked too, otherwise he could have gotten stuck.
Oh my god. I'm keeping the egg.
You sure? Think you can handle that?
They always do.
I've handled much worse.
Do you know what it's going to grow into?
I'm aware.
And you think you can feed a creature like that? Take care of it?
Feed. Yes. Take care of. I had a sparkling example of parenthood growing up, so I think I'll do all right.
Don't know how much it's going to help you in this case, but I'm not going to press you on the matter. So, congratulations. You're all alive. One of you is a little more lightened of his pockets, and she continues to stare at Duradon for a second. Well, lightened in general. Not as much as burden's sake goes, though. However, you gambled, you won, congratulations. Now we come to phase 2. Most of you have already heard, both individual offers and group offers. And if you like, I can send us back to your ship. We can be on our way. Kira and I will be on ours. And we can pretend like this never happened. It's going to be pretty hard to pretend, but we can try. Or, you know what I put on the table before? I will put it on the table once more. Instead of against your will or forcing you to do something, you can approach the same job and mission as before, with a little bit more aid on my end, as business partners instead of simple workers. I'll give you a little bit more of incentive, perhaps some information, perhaps items or requests that are within my power.
Kipley's hand.
Upon successful completion, of course.
Kipley's arm shoots into the air.
Yes, Kipley.
Hi. What's your goal?
At the moment, it's to steal an item from a very powerful archmage. And again, you could be useful in part of that, as it seems. Most of you has gained something today.
Yeah.
And it is that fate has blessed your course with luck. So I would, despite previous transactions, prefer that if we're going to make a deal in the future, it's one that benefits us both and could potentially keep you around for the moment. Otherwise, I have to hire a bunch of random people, and it clearly doesn't work out as well when I do that.
I
As
mean,
one of you already beat the shit out of the other one I hired.
yeah. No, I feel like, you know, we've proven ourselves, and then you kind of knocked us down a notch, and then we're kind of
Proven in
at
what
your
way?
back. Yeah, but
No, proven in what way, my dear?
I mean, we took down a sky whale. We took down
That's right.
the island of mimics with help. We haven't really done a lot. You know
I
what?
remember
Yeah, we're kind of
correctly.
shit. We're kind of shit. We really haven't done anything.
A Dumbala was dispatched for the island, and I don't see any Dumbalas amongst your rank.
Yeah,
Actually,
no.
not one of Palafo's.
They
God's
got
will
killed.
explain.
Honestly, we're really the worst of the worst. So I guess we really haven't proven anything other than some of us are really good at surviving.
Well, surviving is exactly what you need to do because I don't need you to technically kill or do anything outside of just taking an artifact.
I
It's
guess
certainly not going to be easy. but
that's the question.
yes,
What
all you need to do is
is
take
the
it.
reason
Kill
for
it.
it?
That's what I was hired to do.
Oh,
It's not on my personal agenda. It was just the job that I'm currently on. And as I said before, the Sky Swimmer was going to be my main physical distraction. Well, Aldwin, I, and Kira were going to do the mission, but unfortunately, we are now missing a crew of roughly 20 men and a Sky Swimmer that will be able to withstand a Dweller's defenses.
you know,
So instead, all of you would be going in a little bit more of a stealthy role.
Speaking of which, you guys seem to be off put on this plan. Originally, he looks like dirt on Mustang due to a lack of ability to stealth, and it has luck or fate would have it in the game that we participated in. I have now, with my possession, a spell that can help substantially with a stealth mission. And if that
Did you look at that?
I'm sorry if I was a bit, confusing what I was saying. I don't think we should do it because of the person that we're doing it for, who has killed a party member of ours,
who?
only brought individual. Oh God! All right. I don't think she's a good individual to work for. I
Who?
don't think. No offense.
All offense
The
taken. However, I would say it's not working for, it's working with two different things.
pretty sure it's working for, it's kind of your style.
Well, here's my situation. Our initial little meet and greet that we had didn't go too well, and I would prefer to have decent standing amongst most people I meet. Again, I will say it, I don't think we'll come to this because you work so hard to stay alive. If you want to just fight it out, we can do so if you despise me that much. Again, you know how it will end. It will be unfortunate. I prefer to have as many friends, eyes, and ears, as many places I can get. But if you really wish that to become what your current circumstance or fate is, it can be. I am offering you the same job as before, with perks, information, items, rewards, and such. So you won't be working for, you'll be working with, because I will have to be present in order to steal it as well. But again, if you want to leave, I am not going to be holding you.
So you'd be coming along with us to retrieve the item.
I don't think any of you are that skilled with magic that I would trust you to not fuck it up.
Yeah, it makes it much less appealing.
Excuse me, Arcana, at the very least. I don't know your other specialties or whatever, but I know for a fact I am by far the most skilled mage here. And if we are going to be dealing with Archmage's defenses, well, one thing comes to another.
You're assuming it's all based on magic.
I know it's going to be mainly based on magic. And if it's not, that's why I have Aldwin, and that's why I would prefer to have all of you. Mainly, him. She points at Duradon.
You really don't understand the human condition whatsoever, do you?
Understands? I do. Careful? Not particularly. Your options have been laid out on the table. Whether you like them or not is up to you. Whether you choose them or not, also up to you.
But it's a job, so you said there'd be things provided and information
course.
available.
Borrowed items, of course, but I wouldn't want you going in empty-handed to a mission this dangerous, especially since you're not quite up to keep.
I'm less interested in the items and more in the information that you might be able to have.
That is normally what people say.
Yeah.
Because I do know quite a lot.
She looks to Kipley and then to Duradon and to Mammoth and Mustang. She looks idly down at the table and picks at it for a little bit with claw on her new hand. Guys, we have next to no leads on a missing member of the party. And originally, when said member went missing, we were on a mission for somebody else, or a job for somebody else / entertainment for the masses, and there wasn't a lot to be had for competing in such a thing other than the information available at the end of it. And I feel the information that we need now is more significant than then, which means the risk that I'm willing to take for poor relationships, and she looks over to Lornadine, is higher than it was previously, so that we could get said information.
If this is what you all want to do, I'll support you in it, but I have to kind of err on the side of Duradon on this one. No offense, Lorndane, Miss Newman, you seem, quite funny at times, but as a person to work for, y'all barely even get along with her when she's doing us favors, and he's gonna gesture over to the dust, in the distance. And if we fail at this, not only will we make enemies of this Archmaid, we will make enemies of a Dweller, and possibly even Miss Newman. And if we walk away, we will have no new enemies. Something to consider.
It is a rather smart move, I must say. But if you take on the job and it goes successful, you have a very happy Archmage to be. And that is not something to slight or forget about so easily. And a very thankful Dumbala. And from what I can gather, could be quite useful for a lot of you.
We're
So
currently.
thankful Damballa would be useful.
Oh yes.
There's only one Damballa I care about.
That's your mistake.
We're currently short a member. That would be very helpful.
I'm well aware of what you're referring to. Not going on a rescue mission beforehand. If you'd like to afterwards, I can show you the way.
Which one?
You left it open. So did I.
Ghibli kind of does a
Reese.
slow smile and just kind of drops to her knees again.
Would there be gold available as payment?
Hmm?
Would there be gold available as payment?
You like such a trifle thing? Sure.
Hmm. How much per person?
Well, it depends on what I'm giving you besides that. If you'd just like to be paid in gold, I guess we could say 25,000 each.
Oh,
What
25,000.
else?
She looks Mustang. If you took my part and your part and you were paid $50,000 in gold, would it be worth it to go on this
But-
mission regardless who you're working for?
I
you see,
will
he's got his head in his
say
hands.
That's just if you choose gold. Any information costs will lower that price.
Well, I need information. Sorry, Mustang. 25K is going to be enough.
See, gold isn't really something I have to worry about too much. However, information's worth a whole lot more than gold, especially in these waters. So I assume the majority of you will not be taking that. And she eyes towards Kipley and Reese.
Hmm.
But offer's been made. Up to you about how you approach it.
What did you put inside my body?
Oh, you're welcome. You had a problem, and I helped deal with it. And since I didn't quite get the chance to cast a spell on you, that was also going to be a secondary use of insurance, just in case you tried to fly away or do something stupid.
Yeah, I had a feeling about that.
You went through something spirit related in the, I want to say, last 2-3 months? You had some lingering ones behind that, a little more vengeful than helpful. And I just put a device inside of you that can help ward off spirits to a certain degree.
And this device being inside my body,
Oh, yeah.
it's not like a spell that you could just remove if we were.
You were gonna try.
No, what I'm saying is, you did have part of our deal to remove the spell if we played this game of yours. She taps on the
Oh, yes.
table.
I did.
But this device is basically a direct link to you as well. And yet I need it to ward off these spirits that you say.
I didn't say it cost you anything. Assumptions make a fool out of both of us. You seem more agreeable than the others. It was just a small insurance plan, that's all. It will continue to be useful in the future. If you like to rip it out of you, I mean, you certainly can if you like to deal with the side effects of reincarnation.
I'm less agreeable, more willing to use what I have in front of me to gain information that I seek. Some people find matters of the fist more important. She looks at Durdon.
Don't. Just think you have other options. You became a vassal for some reason or another, and forget that they're a source of information as well.
How much information is the question? Do they know more than an archmage?
Do they care more?
Literally not an archmage yet.
I was seeing if anyone would correct it.
I don't
Reese.
think that.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you. No, you. No, you.
You go.
Okay,
The
fine.
leader speak.
Don't
Reese,
sound constipated while you're naked. Don't do it.
I know you're trying to carve out your own path, but sometimes the things that are right in front of you can blind you to what may be on your left, right, or behind you. There are other options.
I'm surprised the offer of $25,000 wasn't enough to blind you.
Well,
I can understand why you said that, but my path is changing too.
Hmm.
understand. Again, I can get another group to do it. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but I can.
Reese stands up. Well, it's like I said before. It's more effective to rule with respect than it is with fear. Half this group can't bear being around you.
Yes, and that is why I fear for your futures.
Hmm.
Because surprisingly, I am one of the more polite ones you will run into.
If
Others
you
won't
think
be
you're
as
polite,
nice to make deals. Keep that in mind when you meet somebody who wields exponentially larger power than your own. I will say, numbers advantage, great thing to be traveling as a group. Just maybe word of advice from someone who's dealt with beings who could sneeze and kill an entire island, never mind all of you. Choose how you approach things carefully. A second to think is better than blurting words out. But who am I to say? I'm just a strange old woman who's lived for hundreds of years.
You look great for your age.
Damn right I do. I almost nope, not quite a millennia. Getting close.
So, I imagine we take a vote then. What'll it be? Do you all want to go on this heist, or are we
I
gonna
can leave you to
hold
further
him?
discuss if you'd like.
That might be nice, if you would, Miss Newman.
I think I'd like to talk to your other half that's still around.
Oh,
See if they have any interesting stories.
but be nice to her, okay?
I'll be nothing but it. And she slowly begins to waddle her way up to the helm.
So, and he just kind of gestures to everyone.
Cyrus goes, hold on. Give me a second. She walks downstairs. Comes up about 2 minutes later. Fresh set of clothes. Just froze them at Duradon.
Duradon catches him, and he smirks. He's like, "What? You weren't enjoying the birthday suit?"
Put some pants on.
Alright. He does put pants on.
As a somewhat advisor, as someone who's traveled a very long time, with many different groups and parties, seen many different peoples, you are entitled to do as you wish. 25,000 gold apiece is a lot of gold. And having a to-be archmage, and she does say like that, you can see Cyrus kind of rolls her eyes and does it, could be useful as an ally. However, I think Mustang brings up excellent points. If there are other ways to learn other information, if we fail, there will be consequences, dire so. And
Sorry.
she's a prick.
Well said,
Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Do you know any other archmages?
No, I don't know any. They're wizards. Wizards are like 90% assholes, as you can see. But, I mean, if you want to take on the job, sure, I'll do it, but we're gonna have to set a lot of ground rules. Like a ridiculous amount.
Cyrus,
She slowly gives you some bombastic side eye into looking at you.
I'm so
Uh-huh.
sorry.
Whatever for?
I dropped you earlier with the intention that I thought was good, but it wound up being a mistake. And I'm so sorry.
Give me a persuasion check. Or deception, depending on which one it is.
Ugh.
11. Hit about. Sorry, okay. She continues to stare at you.
All I knew is Reese was falling. You said you could heal her. You had one. That's all I knew. I thought you could help her, and then I was completely stupid and I forgot to give you the lapper, which I've since learned wouldn't have really helped you in the long run. I'm so sorry.
That I come from a people where an eye for an eye is an extraordinarily common event. Where if someone has been wrong, you wrong them in equal way. If somebody cuts off one of your arms, depending on which gender, you could take many different names. You unintentionally wronged me. I will find a way to get retribution.
I would never
I am
try to
still
kill
hired
you,
to do my job.
Cyrus.
I'd like to think so. Maybe this next time use your words before you say fall and kick me off. The only thing keeping me in the air.
I never said fall. That was never
Have
the
to check the
intention.
recording. I'll have to check the recording on that. Play back the tapes. Jamie, pull them up. We'll discuss this later. Further matter on that, actually. How the fuck are you alive? She kind of turns and looks at Dirdon. You're inside. me.
I was inside. What?
Sky swimmer.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Now what I thought you said. Yes, I was
think I
inside the
said?
sky. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
That was not the place.
Yeah, I was inside the sky swimmer. Yes.
I'm more resilient than I thought. And I already fought
I
pretty high.
mean, oh, thank you. But it was simple, really. We already went through the shit and the trouble, and it was a job, and when it tends to be for the guild. And for my vassalship, I take my work very seriously. And it was a hunt, so it was kind of a no-brainer. No pun intended. The thing's brain was gone. Um, but yeah. Plus, you'd all invested so much in me. I feel like it would have been a disappointment if I let all of your gold and coin go to waste, and I'd already kind of promised that it would
The fuck?
go well.
There's only one thing she'd be grabbing at.
Oh, that's
Reese,
funny.
no.
Glass table moment. No, that was me testing a proficiency error.
How proficient is she, Jared?
Chew.
I'm gonna have to put you in.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to put you in the corner. Go to Horny Joe. Nicknamed Jared Sanctuary to Horny Joe. Get her out of here.
What's that imply about Jared?
We're gonna move on. No comment. You see, she does look at you, Duradon, and goes, "Actually, I do have a question that could be relevant for you."
Okay.
It's a big if. I don't really know limits of mages, never mind archmages or archmages to be, or whatever the fuck you want to call her. But if you wanted to ask a favor instead of asking for gold, couldn't you get, I don't know, someone as powerful as her to either give you the name of someone or herself bring back your people?
I think Duradon's face, which is up until this point kind of like very playful and jovial, um, hardens a bit. And he will simply say, they don't need to come back. My people, as much as they are my people, they were a plague. They were desperate. I don't regret any of what they did. But day in and day out, I am burdened with their animosity and the will of their final moments. And dozens, if not hundreds, not thousands of souls and their lingering emotions say that they would scorn the land not out of desperation to receive their home again, but vengeance and to inflict suffering on the druids once again.
Reese's eyebrows raise.
My, par- my parents evolved only because they were close to me. They saw and were able to look above the carnage we inflicted. But their time has come and gone. Having them back is only adding to the suffering of this world.
I was fair points, and I understand. I was going to say, if that would be something you would like to do, or even if not, One of my demands were to be for her, whether personally or not, to end the war on the Underdark, for whatever means necessary. And I figured, since your war that already happened, I could bring back either your family or maybe the Druids. Apologies if that brought up any bad memories. I just wanted to get the best price out of whatever fucked up deal she would be looking to make.
He doesn't accept or he hears the kind of like apology, and he doesn't say much, or do much immediately to kind of her apologizing. Um, but he will kind of look at her, almost with a kind of cold and heartless look. Um, Not intentionally so, but it's what it is. And he will say, "Magic, the will of others cannot fix everything. If that's something that you want to do, end the war. Do it of your own hands."
I tried already. Didn't exactly work out.
He'll telepathically to her say, "I want to talk about this later.
Understood.
I'm interested."
She looks out the rest. What say you, ladies and gents?
Dirt on. What is it that you want from here on out? Doesn't matter who or what we're doing or mission we're going on. What is it that you want? Is it so simply that you just want to kill the next big baddest thing? Or is there something else that you're looking for?
I want to do what Kipley asked of me, as well as what Mustang is trying to do. I can't speak for months from now, I can't speak for years from now. I'm an individual that works on his whims, uh, but I've grown a fondness for all of you. I want to see you safe. I want to see stories told of your successes. And I want to try and at least help as someone who is savage and by proxy deemed chaotic. Steer you from the consequence of chaos, of the endless loop.
Reese nods her head to Dirdon and looks over to Mustang. I apologize for being so curt regarding payment as your only motivation.
So, pay it no mind. I understand why you said what you said.
For future reference, I would ask you not to judge mine as whims of a child grabbing at candy in front of them, for I see better now than I have in a long time.
Reese, I have a lot of respect for you, and I would never, ever think that you would do something like that. And if I implied that by what I said earlier, that was not my intention.
And what is it that you want? Next.
I don't know, but
It's not this. Working for her.
whatever makes you all happy, and whatever makes you feel like you're heading in the direction that you want to go,
This
and taking the
isn't,
path that you want to take.
other than Naruto pursuing Zyrus here, nobody's really doing anything to make themselves happy. This isn't a whimsical journey that we're on. This isn't a journey where we're going to be safe. She looks over to Naruto. There's no safe in what we've chosen.
And so,
Safe.
what would be yours?
Go ahead.
Oh, please. No,
I think we're about to ask the same thing.
Duradon was going to. I actually don't remember what I was going to ask. Never mind.
We can go back. We don't need her. I don't want to need her. I don't want to be around her like the rest of you. We can go back to our vassal position, to our sponsors, but Duradon talks about not trusting her for who she is. But we showed up on something that she owned and slaughtered it for the sake of a name. And she doled out the consequences, and that's all she really did. I don't know her outside of this interaction. I don't know if Duradon has a relationship with her outside of this interaction. But everybody feels very negative because of the way that she was to us. But we showed up and slaughtered 20 people. And she looks to Duradon. Her response was not unallocated.
I mean, as far as we know, they slaughtered others.
Oh, and I'm sure that Skystorm would probably kill a lot of other things in and amongst the dweller it was heading to. Don't get me wrong. But you can't have a distaste in your mouth for the way that she handled us when we showed up and did what we did.
So, you're okay with killing someone, and then the person that comes to seek revenge, they're at fault?
Sorry. It's not really about defaults, it's about perspective.
Are we forgetting the perspective where she exacted genocide an entire people?
Kipling points towards Duradon.
Yeah, we have that perspective.
Oh.
He's trying to repent.
Sorry.
Oh, that was a hit at me. Okay. All right.
We're surprised cat
That's
meat.
fair.
We're surprised cat meat. Zarus's face just drops. There we go.
I mean, let's be honest. We're not really the most moral group. We're all kind of, I mean, we're all kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
Ghibli, do you trust your sponsor?
I trust she believes she's doing what's best.
What is it that you want, Ghibli, to do next? What do you need?
I want to preserve that which I love. And I'm willing to burn everything else to do so. Because if there's anything I've learned about this world,
What if your sponsor stood in your way of what you wanted?
she kind of shrugs. So what? What do you want?
I don't want for myself. I'd want to find our friend that was taken from us. So he can feel safe. Looks to dirt on.
Do you think there's any safety in this world?
I bet it's not in the hands of the heralds. You have any idea what they'd be doing to him in order for him to do what they want?
Are you questioning my loyalty?
No. But it's like we have in perspectives of the way you guys have treated Lorna Dane, two evils in front of us. And we're trying to skid around each one to avoid touching it with a 10-foot pole when there could be a faster course of action in order to finding our friend.
I understand finding Rictus is important. I want to help do that. But within that, right, you have to survive in order to do that. If this is strictly business and shit goes sideways, because let's assume that any mission that this group touches will inevitably go sideways. There is no loyalty and investment other than her own pride that says that she will do anything to help keep us alive and get us out of that situation. If it comes between her completing the mission, which she's already said she's completely about completing the mission, keeping her little record clean, we are perfect scapegoats to allow her free roam out. And we're in another shit show with actual archmages who they don't care to listen to. Oh, we were really just in a pickle here. We voluntarily wanted to rob you and trusted someone that, for the most part, really only wanted to get this mission completed. Um, but we're so sorry. Please let us live because we really wanted information about a friend that you cared nothing about, and you're down an artifact, but hopefully you're really up on mercy.
Down an artifact, up on mercy. Bars.
That's at least how it goes for me, right? But if you go the vassal route, which again you for some strange reason got your vassalship for, they at least have a staked interest in you. Not just succeeding, but surviving.
I think you put too much stock in what they care for their vassals of little note.
What I'm saying is I've been a vassal for some time, and I'm not putting faith in the system because I'm just a part of it.
So we go back
I've
then.
worked.
We go back to Paradise Peak to ask more questions.
Kippley like bursts into giggles. What kind of questions would you like to ask them?
She looks quite angrily over her shoulder at Kippley.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't say any word, just returns her attention back to Duradon.
We go back. We ask questions, but more importantly, we place forward that the heralds have Rictus. The heralds are hated within Paradise Peak. And any opportunity fuck with the heralds and to deal some sort of decisive blow might be worth their time, information, and efforts. Leverage what you know and have to bargain with people that have a history of being fairly decent, not only to Paradise Peak, but to their vassals. I'm not saying they care about Rictus, but pridefully speaking, you know, the heralds have wronged Paradise Peak in a number of ways. The people loathe them.
Jared, real quick.
The Mhm.
Don't want to interrupt too much, but go ahead and make me a history check. I'll say with advantage.
Okay. All right. Feel like I'm about to say
Just
some
because-
wrong shit.
Not entirely wrong. It's more of just you've been a vassal much longer than anyone here. So I want to give you some credit for what you would know as fact. 10. Ooh,
Yay.
that's rough.
Yeah.
What you said so far isn't entirely false. I will say, even for 10, you recognize it's stretching it a bit. The capture of one vassal normally isn't enough for them to wage an assault on something, especially if they don't know where that something is. They do take care of their vassals. for the most part. You have a slight doubt of Rictus's situation though, because he wasn't kidnapped off of Paradise Peak. It was off of Port Cliff, which is outside of Paradise Peak's range. But overall, what you said's majority true. That's all.
Yeah. But yeah, he'll continue. I think you're right to a degree, Reese. I don't think either side cares, right? We have to acknowledge that. But again, I think you leverage what you have, what you know. The Heralds is a really messy trigger word. And go with things that have some degree of historical certainty over what's flashy and seems powerful, but self-absorbed.
Just out of curiosity, what beings is it that you believe have historical accuracy?
I believe if the sponsors and vassals of that relationship, if that network of information, resources, powers didn't work, didn't serve its people,
Or its purpose.
or a purpose, it wouldn't be. There's some reason that year after year after year, or some time. How long has the vassalship been going? It's predates me significantly, right? Or is
Much,
it
much farther
relatively
in the
new thing?
past. It is on
Yeah.
the newer side of things because the fellowship program. Oh man, you just got a 10 on your history check. Basic public knowledge. Vassals have been around for over 50 years. You don't know just based off that past history check if it goes back further, but they've been holding trials, exams, and the vassalship tournament for over 50 years. How much they've been operating past that, you can't quite remember at the moment. If you want to use an inspiration and try and re-roll to get more information, I'll allow it. But current moment, you're drawing a blank on too much.
I'll do it. I'll fucking do it.
All right. Show that
Great
big
history.
old +1.
It's only a
5.
5. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. You've used the system. You never really looked into it too much. So, yeah, you never really were a big history buff when studying the ins and outs of the vassalship system, but you know it's been around for at least 50 years.
Okay. But we'll finish answering Kipley's question. You know, it works for some reason. It has been there long before him and continues to thrive. So it must have some use not only to the sponsors, but also to the vassals that keep the system functioning.
I will chime in if I can, as someone who has used the vassalship system for longer than most of you have been alive. It depends on what answers you seek. They are a resource. They want you to be happy, so that as happy as can be within their power, of course, so that you can have a good relationship with them and continue protecting the island that they live on and that they're hired to protect, etc., etc. And they want to keep all of those missions that keep flooding in that give threat to Paradise Peak a nice army to throw at. Basically,
Who hires the sponsors?
that's complicated. They're not. They technically work for themselves within the council. Um, who made the first council? Far past my time. Who hired the original sponsors? Far past my time.
So
I
it's not necessarily that they're currently hired by anybody, they just are the ruling force.
well, it's quite obvious that they get paid somehow through some portion of either the vassals' work or whatever it might be, since the majority of them live in very lavish lifestyles. That's why a lot of Vulcans, people who work to become understudies essentially to these sponsors or replacements one day if they are to perish, are so eager to join or push towards the goal of becoming a sponsor. So you essentially get it well off.
You say
As I was
past
saying,
your time. How long is that?
let's not go into specifics here. I'm just giving you vague information.
I'm fine with that.
I never ask what underage. No, what I learned when I
How
came
old
up.
are you?
No, it's fine. I lost track of what I was saying.
It's all
Just
right.
kind of burst. I think both informational sources are valuable in their own rights. I feel if we are successful, because as both Duradon and Mustang mentioned, if we fail, we're probably just going to be pawns thrown to the wind. If we are successful, I feel you're going to learn a lot more instantly than any sponsor would be willing to tell you. In the same sense, sponsors aren't going to punish you in most cases for asking questions. Deny you, absolutely, but they aren't going to force you to do greater tasks in order to learn.
They just won't tell you.
Most of the time, I had a very quizzical first couple years as a vassal. I tried to get as much information on creatures that were in the Underdark and beyond to help with the war, and they didn't say shit. So,
Years. It took you years to get answers from them.
yeah, I have that luxury, unfortunately, because I elven lineage and all, but once you prove yourself enough and gain their trust, they do open up eventually, of course, but if you want to learn the unfiltered truth, I suppose this Lorna Newman isn't the worst option for information. I will say, though, if, and I'm still on a big if, you choose to go with her, information up front. At least 50 to 70% of it up front. So even if we are screwed over in the end and we need to split ways and skedaddle, we at least learned something.
Pretty firm in my understanding that Lorna Dane's not an option at this point.
Okay.
Looks
I
around,
just
make eye
making
contact
sure.
with everybody around the table.
I feel like a lot of you are kind of in a neutral stance in most cases, and I don't really like to force myself onto opinions because I am just for hire captain slash advisor slash healer.
/ right tool for the job.
So, Dom didn't hear you. What'd you say?
/ right tool for the job.
Oh, thank you.
Kipli like reaches out a hand and kind of she goes to like reach for Cyrus's wrist and then just kind of pauses for a moment and just holds it over her wrist and she's just like, oh no, you're so much more.
She slowly pulls her hand away. If I must inquire, and you don't have to give me the full details, what information is so valuable besides the location of Richter's that you would be willing to even consider this in the first place? Or was it just Richter's? She kind of puts like her fingers in a cross over, not a cross, excuse me. She kind of triangulates them on her nose.
Reese's beak kind of upturns in the corners a little bit. With the ever powerful person standing over our shoulder with, I'm sure, the magical capabilities to listen on every word we say. Not really interested about talking about it at this moment.
Very well. I mean, we already said a lot.
I was careful with what I talked about.
Oh no, I meant, she was that easy on, what's it called? A hair's trigger. I feel like we've already been dead of how much we insulted her.
Yes, let's not die anymore.
But yeah, I'm gonna try and make sure we stay away from that.
So no then, yes?
Mustang?
To me, it seems like the risks outweigh the potential benefits, but I'm also not the one who seems to stand to gain the most. He's gonna kind of gesture to you, Reese.
Duradon? It's a no.
Yes.
Mammoth? Would you rather trust and spend more time with Lorna Dane, or would you prefer to go back to Paradise Peak?
It doesn't really matter to me.
Ryan's fourth word today. Hmm?
Buddy, I really love your carefree attitude and your free spiritedness, but sometimes things should matter to you. It's a big decision.
Well, I suppose I'd rather go to Paradise Peak because this lady seems kind of evil, but I wouldn't be. I guess what I mean is I wouldn't be upset if we were to go and do stuff with her.
Would you guys mind if I went and told her the news?
Do you want to know my opinion?
What is your opinion?
I don't have one.
Don't lie to
I'm
me.
not you two.
No, oh no, really. I'm good for whatever the group is.
Pretty certain if you had your choice, it would not be spend any more time with Lorna Dane given your interactions with her.
I know, I love her.
Now you're lying.
Insane. No.
It'd be kind of fun to insight against Kipling so I can just... I don't have enough wisdom for that.
Here's my opinion. Old traditions are shit. They're built on beliefs that are rudimentary and don't have full understanding. And any society grows along the years, yes? This
Yeah.
traditions are meant to be built on.
Winning forces also are in a unique position to rewrite history as they see fit.
I think those in power are meant to be challenged.
Reese smiles a little bit.
Kipley's head kind of tilts a bit, her ears twitching back. It's the subtleties. It's all in how you approach it. I think Rictus is far more capable than we give him credit for.
I think Rictus is as powerful as any one of us and is surrounded by forces far more powerful than Londane.
They
Which puts
sent
him in
an army for him.
thing about large organizations and having an abundance of people at their disposal is they don't bother weighing the odds in their enemy's favor. They come in the way that they do so that their mission is guaranteed a success.
I mean, confidence is the feeling you have before you understand the situation.
Ripley, is there somebody else, a third party outside of Lorna Dane, outside of Paradise Peak that you would go to? Seek answers. To challenge those in power.
April, you see your goggles begin to slightly mist.
My understanding, if you want to know how to get around the living, go to those who aren't invested in it. But anyway, yeah, I think we're done here, right? We got other things to do. We don't need to be here.
We have other things to do. Yes. Mustang, your answer was actually fairly vague because you didn't answer whether yes or no whether or not you would stay here if it was your choice. You only implied the benefits to other people.
If I was here all by myself, I would not be sitting here having this conversation. I would have left probably 45 minutes ago.
Then let's leave. Have to get her to get us out of here. That would be an awkward conversation.
You still want to deliver the news?
Yes.
The pleasure is yours. And he'll gesture up to the helm.
Is female Mustang still chilling, or is she gone now?
Yep, she's still there. Throughout this entire interaction, actually, it's a good point. Been a lot since we started the session, so at this point, you see at the start of your conversation, because this did take a long time, at the start of your conversation, female Mustang was there, but as you were kind of glancing up every now and then looking at her, you saw about quarter of the way through, so about like 10-15 minutes in, female Mustang slowly began to evaporate
Sad face.
and disappeared.
Oh.
She only lasts for an hour.
I knew she was on lasting though. Goodbye.
Didn't even get a goodbye.
Boops.
No, I know.
Instead of the Irish goodbye, it's the smoky goodbye. Yeah, you see Larnen's still up there by the time you approach. It looks like she's flipping through what you assume to be either a notebook, journal, or spell book. And is just kind of hovering over a page as she hears you approach and goes, "And what is your verdict?"
We will not be working for you. Or with you, if those are the semantics you choose to express.
And what is next? The sick.
Suppose you're not entitled to that information.
Oh my, someone has changed their tone rather quickly. What gives? Do tell. Hmm?
Question for question, answer for answer.
I asked you something.
Hmm.
Don't know what you expect me to answer and respond.
I have a group of people with me that I've come to love and trust. And if my instincts have led me astray to want to put any favor in you, they've all but told me I was wrong. And that's okay. But I have no interest in playing any more games. Great answer is that we will not be pursuing anything with you. And in my opinion, it is less to do with you personally and just how the interactions unfolded. Had we met under different circumstances, it could have been different, perhaps.
I don't think it would have changed a thing.
Noted.
Hmm. Before you go, leave me. Kipley, dear, come here.
Oh. Yes, of course. Ghibli would come over.
You leave, Reese?
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Leave me."
I'm just making sure.
Oh yeah.
Right. So you walk away, and Lorna Dane sees Kipley approach. She brings you to the very, very back of the boat, and kind of stares at you for a few seconds before you feel a tingle in your head. I don't need all of them, but a lich could be rather useful. Let's say this. You... Maybe if you can get him on your side, because I assume if I can gauge correctly on body language, basic surface thoughts, where he has been sitting around you, Duradon, Savage Hunter, is supposed to be protecting you from something.
Yeah.
I'll settle with you, but if you can get him to help, I won't just show you to the island. I'd bring you there personally. Just you. You can return back to Paradise Peak.
Which
I can
island?
bring... Oh, darling, don't play jokes. I've seen inside your head. I've seen your body. I know what you are becoming. I know what you are right now. And I know where you need to be.
Yes. So, you want me to... What is it exactly?
Return to Paradise Peak with your friends.
Okay.
After you're there, I'll call upon you one night through sending, and I will transport you and hopefully Duradon to my side for roughly an hour or so to help me complete the mission. I'll even throw in the gold on top of it.
The mission with stealing from the wizards.
The heist, yes.
Yes.
I think you'll want to do it for personal reason.
Oh yes.
If you agree, I'll tell you on the spot who and why. Maybe even what. Depending on how quickly it takes you to say an answer.
What are we stealing?
That's not what I said. It's a yes or no whether you want to do this or not. The second you say yes, I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. I know you're hard to kill in certain stages. There'd be little to no risk to you.
But it'd be a risk to others. Which is a risk to me.
How would it be a risk to the others? They wouldn't be there.
Exactly.
They'll be on the island. I can make sure they stay there for at least a day.
And what will he give us in return? The island? Rictus?
You want to know where your gnomish friend is? I
No,
can give you the
I
general
want you to
location.
give us our friend.
Well, fun. If you think I'm going to raid a stronghold of heralds for you,
You want us to
I'll-
raid a stronghold of wizards?
well, wizard's not going to be home, darling. You're stealing a box from guards. That's it.
Oh, well, why
Don't do
don't
it,
you
Dad.
do it then?
Help makes things easier, and I like increasing my odds. And having extra muscle and having an extra maid makes things much easier.
Me and Duradon. That's it, right?
That's all I would need.
That's all that's included in the deal.
Do you have any other reasonable requests? I'll give you all the information. I'll tell you where your island is. And I will give you and your group an opportunity to go where your friend is. And maybe, if you do a good enough job, and you say yes within the next minute, I will personally assist with his escape.
Do you care? Do you side more with the heralds or more with the sponsors? Or
Why would
where
I
are
associate
you?
with either? I'm right here. Hello. No, kidding. I only work towards my own goals.
What are your
To them,
goals?
they are just children fighting.
Oh, okay.
The heralds are a measly bunch. They have no greater goals besides what one head of a snake tells its ass to do. Its tail, whatever you want to call it. And the sponsors are just 11 knuckleheads who try and change the world but fail because they don't want to leave their island.
I mean, the heralds did do quite a bit of damage. I mean, they did kind of fuck the world over entirely, right?
Not these heralds. This generation are, how do you put it? A disgraced child in the lineage of heralds.
Leaderless.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Dom didn't hear it?
They're leaderless.
Oh no, they have leaders. They're just incompetent. I was there when the first herald set off the bomb. Those leaders, terrifying, influential. These ones, they just throw power around until they get their way. Which is understandable in some remarks, but when you're trying to change the world, that's not the best course of action. 30 seconds.
Do you want to change the world?
I want to shape some aspects of it left. In my image. 20 seconds.
What image?
Of something that has order. Control the chaos. Something I think you find a very similar enjoyment. 15 seconds.
Controlling it like drawing cards from a deck.
Now. Making sure there isn't a deck to draw. 10 seconds.
The answer is yes.
Wonderful. I'm going to be stealing from the Renell family.
I know.
I'm stealing. Oh, honey, it was not a secret. We're stealing a step. And that staff is going to be used to save someone very near and dear to you. At Kira Dumbala's request. Now, you didn't hear this from me, but a quite juicy ploy is the Renels don't want Pearl alive. The little wife of Maeve Dumbala. They just want Maeve, for marriage purposes. So they want me. Well, they don't want me. Kira wants me to get this staff from them, which they shipped away, so their son, Percival, wouldn't steal it and try and use it to save his beloved dearest, and keep her alive long enough so that Maeve could save her. It's all so boiling complicated, isn't it?
They want you to steal the staff so that
Kira wants me to steal the staff.
Kira wants you to steal the staff so that Percival can't
So Percival can.
bring Maeve back.
What Kira told me is, through her own personal reconnaissance, the Renels have a staff that can cast the gate spell close to at will. Gate spell can bring you anywhere in the universe, meaning it could bring you straight to Maeve Dumbala. And that's exactly what Percival Renel wants. That's not what his father wants. So he's sending the staff away to a dweller that is basically the highest security, not exactly prison, but storage unit you could ask for on the entire realm. Never mind islands. So I get this one chance to try and steal it from under his nose so that Kira can give it to Percy, who can then use it to retrieve Maeve from where I assume to be is the Hells.
What does Pearl have to do with this?
Oh, honey, she's dying.
Right.
If she's dead, it's just Pearl gone out of the picture, and Percy and Maeve happily married. You don't understand politics very well, do you?
No, I
you
don't
have
understand what she has to do with the staff.
If the staff is given to Percival, he can use it to go to the Hells. If, from what I've been told by Kira, he goes to the Hells with Pearl still alive, then Maeve and Pearl will be able to save each other. To what extent? I have no fucking clue. I don't know Maeve Dumbala. But as long as that staff is out of their hands, Pearl's most likely going to die before Maeve comes back.
Which is what you're paid to do.
I feel like I'm clearly explaining this, but you're missing parts that are very key to what I'm saying.
Possibly. That's why I'm just trying to be clear.
Kira Dumbala wants the staff, so she can give it to Percival, so he can use it to save Maeve. We get that? We get that far? We're good?
She gives thumbs up.
Cool. If the staff doesn't get sent to Percival by yours truly, Pearl, the little wifey to Maeve, is going to die before she can reach her beloved. The Renels want that to happen so that the political alliance is only between their child, Percival Renel, and the Divine Elven clan's child, Maeve Dumbala. They don't want her, Percy, or Kira to get the staff, so they're sending it away. We want to steal it so that Percy does get the staff.
Right. So, apologies, I'm just catching up to the part of you are getting paid by Kira, so therefore you no underhandedness. We are doing what you want, which is fulfill the contract that you have with Kira, which is steal it so Pearl is fucked, Maeve is brought back, and Percy's the hero.
You are about 90% right with that.
Oh, what's
I'm
the
under
other chain?
contract. I'm under contract by Kira. She paid me handsomely, which I assume using her family's money. And promised a little something something on the side.
Oh,
Not that kind of something something.
okay.
If I steal the staff for her, so she can give it to Percy, so he can get him and Pearl alive and well down to Maeve Dambala. If we steal the staff, which I think you know her because Maeve was in your party at one point, Pearl lives. If the staff isn't stolen, Pearl dies. My own personal place in this is just to steal. Whether she lives or dies, I'm on either end, but I was paid for a job, meaning I will get the job done. And with your help, and hopefully Duradon's help, it's going to be a little bit easier to do.
Okay.
Understand?
I think
We're on
so.
the same page? Good. See, I don't know why everyone's getting all these bad connotations coming from me. I'm simply trying to do a job paid by a client to steal from a very powerful archmage who is, I want to say, just as bad, if not worse, as me. Than me. It's up in the air.
Kipper just shrugs.
That's it.
Okay.
I only need you for a few hours. Once you infiltrate and successfully steal the staff, get it in my hands, I can gate us all the way back to Paradise Peak. No one will ever know. And then the next day, or whenever you like, I will be able to use the staff to bring us directly to your friend, and then Percival. And of course, if you want to skip right to the Island of Ravens, I can bring you there as well. It's on your timeline now.
Oh. Thank you.
Oh, thank me. I'm just not going to force you to rush into anything. After I steal from this, I'm going to need a break.
Well, alright then. I feel like this has been a very good meeting. We should do this kind of stuff more often.
No. Trust me. I find you interesting. And I think you will be useful as an alliance down the line. Not friends, though.
I tend to grow on people.
People don't grow on me.
Just you wait.
Good luck on convincing Duradon. I will settle just for you, but if you get him, that's a big bonus for both of us.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, yeah, I'll make it happen.
Good. Let's go send you all back home then.
Alright.
Laura Dane walks back down, Kipley in tow. I wish all of you, the six, well on your adventures. Good luck getting home. I hope you don't run into too much trouble. And may we potentially meet again in the future. I would love to see how many you are alive and how this all turns out. Well, she taps the staff twice and the demiplane itself begins to close in, slowly becoming a almost tunnel vision void, consuming itself until it all goes black and you all open your eyes back on the dragon's vow. You see Aldwin and Kira both waiting in the same position what you left, kind of anxiously tapping her foot, and you see Aldwin just kind of arms crossed, waiting for you all to appear. And as you do, he kind of takes a step back, juddering, and Kira's eyes snap up to meet all of yours. And you see Lorna Dane goes, "Well, it looks like, unfortunately, they won't be joining us. But we will be departing." She taps Alden on the shoulder and then hops onto one of his pauldrons. "Off we go. We need to go find the Sky Swimmer before it goes too far. Smooth sailing, all of you. And if you ever do need to reach out, I know some of you have sending. Just a call away. Ta-ta." And Aldwin kind of just gives a small gauntlet goodbye as he begins to slowly fly off with Lordane on his shoulder. And Kira takes a few extra seconds to kind of stare down the party, sees Kipley's alive, and looks a little relieved, and looks at now. Durdon, did you put the clothes on?
He put the pants on. He was
pants on,
specifically
okay.
told to put pants on.
All right. Looks at the now not fully clothed, but semi-clothed Durdon. Just kind of narrows her eyes and flares her nostrils a bit before you watch her skin turn to scales and her form grow larger. She transforms back into a drake and begins following them off into the distance as well.
Before she goes too far, in her head, she's gonna hear, "Nothing personal. It was fun. I haven't had a little sister to annoy in a long time."
You do not get a response.
Ain't shit.
But sure, why not? Before we end tonight's session, Duradon, would you like to have the conversation with Zyrus as we go heading back into Paradise?
Or
Was that a yes? I just heard a
Sure.
oh yes, that was sure. That was that
Okay,
was me
all
saying.
right. I only have one functioning ear, man.
Oh.
My bad.
And no, you're good. You're good. I just didn't know if a seal got the mic. Cool. So fast forward a little bit. Goes towards a little bit of the nighttime travel as the Dragon's Vow begins heading back south towards Paradise Peak. Successful in your mission. Any one of you or Mammoth can call ahead to let Layla know that you have the eyes. But we go to the captain's quarters as Zyrus kind of setting out 2 glasses of wine and is currently perched up in her still daggered captain's chair. That now still has a little bit of soot on it. Expecting you, kind of perks up as you enter the chamber and gestures for you to sit across from her at the table and pushes the wine glass towards you. Glad that you made the right decision, Duradon. I was very worried for a second that you would be inclined to go with whatever Ripley was trying to hint at. I'm glad one of this very interesting and beloved group of ours has a little bit of sense, even though he is a savage.
Yeah, it was honestly, if we'd encountered this just idly traveling, maybe I wouldn't have been so hesitant. However, um, I've been in the game long enough to see things get really fucked up when you start on one official mission and then continue to get subsequent missions stemming from that one mission, to the point that you forget why you're doing it at all. Nothing gets completed. More problems get created to try to resolve existing problems. And just not starting that, kind of fucked tier system, or at least stopping it before it gets too far. We kind of already got sidetracked with a wizard, um, or archmage to be. Um, just trying to stop it before it again looped over and over and over, and it was
I understand.
just, yeah.
I have a question for you, but you had questions for me earlier, so it's only fair that I answer them first. Regarding the war in the Underdark, the only reason that I mentioned using Lorna Dane as a tool, because I had already, through countless methods, peoples, and efforts, I've already tried to bring my faction to ruling power and to either exterminate the others or bring them under our control. However, they wield power far greater than I or any of my family who isn't trying to kill me. So that is why I mentioned it might be a decent idea to use a very powerful wizard who can just throw a large spell in a direction and eviscerate anything within it. It was nothing of collaboration past that, simply a tool.
Why do you want to end the war?
Are you kidding me? Would you prefer your genocide still rampages on? Same reason. I assume you wouldn't. But there's a lot of denizens, residents of the Underdark, who didn't ask to be caught up in any of this. Who didn't ask to play a part of soldier, casualty of war, any number of unfortunate circumstance. It's complicated, but we used to have a way things were done. We used to be able to understand each other. It was through war, but it was war of respect and honor. After slaying the enemy generals or the entire family if need be, the others would fall in line. They would listen. They would understand that the victor controls history and therefore the rules of the future. This new regime that sprung up started controlling others, started controlling my own family, started controlling the other families, to the point where even if the generals and leaders die, they still keep fighting under their ideals. And a united enemy is not one that can be defeated, especially one that has creatures far more powerful than I. You hunt monsters. You should be well aware. There are some beasts that cannot be fought by armies. No matter how many numbers you throw at them, sometimes you just need a really, really, really big stick to hit them with. And Lorna Dane could have been that stick. Well, the sponsors could have been that stick, but they didn't want to because it was foreign affairs, so that's why I asked.
If you had the power to stop the war, would you take the position of leadership to change things for the better?
I was never a leader, well, I was a general. I never got past that. Politics, relations, anything past that. Well, as you've seen in the past, I'm not the most charismatic person in the world, nor am I the best at peace and negotiations and establishing trade and all of various duties that fall amongst a leader's burdens and responsibilities. But if there is no one else around, I would certainly step up. I would like to put my sister in charge. She's younger than I, but a sharper mind, easier to understand and get along with. I was hoping I could make her a leader one day. In some regard. It would certainly make my life easier. I don't need more responsibilities.
Does she have a kind heart for the people?
For her people, the Underdark is a different place than this realm that you call home, these Shrouded Isles. Love is not something that is unconditional. Even with conditions, it's still limited. You are loved if you are of value, if you provide something, if you give a reason to keep you around and show your worth. Then you are loved for doing so.
Is that how you feel about it? About love?
That's not something I've thought about in a long time. I haven't had the pleasantries of doing so. I think different people experience different forms of it. I think to love your enemy is stupid and will get you killed. But I think there are forms there in the world besides just adoring a war hero or someone who can lead civilizations. Haven't experienced much myself.
Do you think your sister could learn to love all the people of the Underdark? I mean, assuming that it's about conquering down there. Eventually,
Well,
her people could be all people if she's good at what she does.
I was about to say, if we kill all the other leaders and those controlling them, then everyone will be her people. But again, not very likely. And she just shotguns a glass.
Well, after all of this is completed, I want to learn more about your people and the situation if you're willing to speak about it. Um, my people were too far gone.
and I apologize for the ignorant statement earlier. I
It's fine.
recognize not everyone values the same camaraderie with their groups and their families, bloodlines.
I don't get me wrong. I don't feel upset about it. You're right. I wished that I had them,
But they were
but
too
I
far
also
gone.
know, yeah, way too far. To this day, they're too far
I
gone. But maybe your people aren't. And if I couldn't save them, I couldn't help them be better. You know, not to say that it's any of my place, but Druid always pushed for me to be better and make something of life other than hunting. And I told him, you know, you're a disembodied voice now, so I don't really think you have much to talk about living in life and how it should be spent. But I was respectful enough to heed his words and what he tried. And I know I'm not capable of it. I'm not charismatic. I'm not the leader type. Um, but I do try to side with forces and people that want to make good change and have maybe the tools to do so. Um, and maybe you, your family, your sister could be good change.
Hopefully. Hope is all I have. Um, as per my question for you, when we get back to the island, sometime when we are free from duty and have a brief respite, I am still fine going on a date. However, I have to warn you about something.
You have a husband that I'm so sorry if this was like a oh that's kind of fucked up. I didn't even
No, I don't
realize
have
to
a husband.
okay.
I
Or
don't
a
think
wife.
anyone don't have a wife either. I don't think anyone has been brave enough to even ask me anything related to anything like that before in the past. I warn you, if all you are looking for is a brief bit of fun or joy or distraction, whatever you want to call it, I'm fine with that. It's not like I haven't done anything like that before in the past, but if you are contracting further feelings or anything like that, I must warn you, I have a very strict rule that most elves do. Having long-term relationships with creatures who live so short lives will only cause pain. And I don't want you to get the wrong idea because you seem like a uh, nice person full of potential who could find probably someone far better than me to spend their life with. I just wanted to nick that in the bud. She sips on another glass of wine, just kind of stares at you for a few seconds. I mean, unless you wanted to become an elf, but that's not exactly the easiest option in the world.
Wait, so are you are you is this like a pre-warning of like caution? Uh, This might be like a
I just
weird
don't.
dynamic.
No, I just don't want to get your hopes up. Because we have shared very intense moments of battle together, and I have seen many times in the past that normally involves some sort of bonding with the people around you who went through it. And we had our prior relations, but when you mentioned a date, it normally doesn't go well from there. You know, you're only gonna live to like 100, and I don't want you to be spending any of that time wasted on me when you could be finding someone who will be able to live out their days with you. I'm not saying that's not what you would want to do in the first place. That's just me over assuming, of course. I could be totally wrong. I just don't like going into situations without having an understanding. You know?
But like, what if I decide that I want to, I guess, be with you in that capacity?
Oh, I would politely say perhaps think of yourself higher and myself lower.
And if I decide like, yeah, thought about it, really processed it, still kind of my whole deal. Is this more so to protect yourself? Because I can respect that, but like, don't
I
push it off
mean,
as a I
it's
wouldn't.
both. El- Especially Drow are very cutthroat with our dating rules. We are very, very picky at finding life partners. That's why there isn't really a lot of us on the surface. Never mind, I mean, in the Underdark, of course, home, it's a little easier, but not many people that we can find living the same lifespan as us and following the same moral compass and code and all of that. And while you fit some of the bill, I don't want to, waste 70 years on something that's not really going to last much longer, or, you know, I feel like that'd be cruel.
I mean, I I respect if that's how you are. I don't think anyone should ever be forced into a dynamic that they don't feel comfortable with. Um, and I don't know if that's where things will end up. I do have an interest in you more than just the physical. Um,
Oh,
you
that's nice to hear after all.
challenge. um, you challenge me to think further than I'd like to, and it's not bad. Um, but if I feel the way that I do, and it gets to that point, I'm bluntly going to ask, and if you shoot me down, that's your prerogative. and I'll respect the boundary. But
I mean,
I
we
will ask.
could do a bunch of. There are options if it ever got to that point, but you know, I don't know if you would agree with all of them. But there are spells that casters can do to change you to a elven lineage or similar such. And there are creatures that can physically aid you to a similar age around me, so it's not, me introducing to my sister someone who is hundreds of years younger than I am.
So you're talking about mutilating both my body and my physical age.
I'm just saying there's a lot that would have to be done if it turns into anything long form. Just was warning you ahead of time if there was something serious that you would be interested in pursuing and warning you of what it would cost. That's why I didn't
Okay.
really want to, get your hopes up too much before we went on a date. Which, of course, if you still want to, you can. If you don't want to, that's understandable.
No, I do. And I said it like it was like a bad thing. I'm perfectly fine with the like changing into another thing and like being aged. It's you honestly technically only live once, and if I have more time to hunt more things to help more people, helping more people is kind of but hunt more things and live the life that I enjoy. Yeah,
Big time. Well, as long as you're open to considering it, I feel like it was right to warn you. I'm not going to say that I'm interested at the current moment in a long-term relationship or anything of the such, but just worst comes to worst, anything would happen that would cause us to be interested in that. I thought you should know that there are unfortunately boundaries and barriers, but it seems like you had probably the more positive reaction to that. So that's great. Awesome. Cool. I need to drink more. Do you need more drinks? She just starts drinking out of the bottle.
I'm fine. I'll take care of you. Besides, I enjoy your
Aw.
company, so
No, I'm fine. Trust me. This is for a cleric, and she taps herself and casts Lesser Restoration. I can technically do this all night. It just helps clear my mind or make it foggy enough that anything I say doesn't make me feel weird.
you seem nervous. Is that what this is? Are you nervous right now?
I will turn you into a toad, motherfucker. Listen here. Don't make
Sorry, okay, all right. I just had to ask. This seems like a
Iris
interesting
Umbril.
response.
Fears does not get nervous at anything. Oh, look, there's a rapping at the door. At the perfect time, we have to end session there. Oh no, good night.
Yeah.
Cyrus chugs another glass and goes to answer the door. We will leave that conversation open for the future.
Perfect.
Next session.
Yeah.
Game shit.
Okay.
Ah,
If Grim was here, I could see him sending the "I wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud" gif like a million times over.
yep. It's
Yeah.
manifesting it at this point.
Oh.
Listen, I
Hey,
got flat
listen.
charisma, guys.
When
Flat
no charisma cleric and no charisma barbarian come together, it's not gonna be smooth. Like, you throw those expectations out the fucking window.
Yeah, there was negative aura in that room at that
Oh,
moment. I hate to
negative
say.
Oh my god. There was so much aura during fucking tonight's conversation. Oh my god.
Yeah, why was
I was-
everyone at each other's throats for no
I was-
reason? I don't know.
Legitimately, Dom was like lying fully back in his chair, like ice pack on forehead, ice pack on ear. So
Aw.
happy I didn't have to talk. And then I just heard the conversation pick the fuck up, and I had to lock in. I had to lean forward, and I was just like, "What the fuck?" Like you were all agreeing with each other, but it's turning into an argument, and I don't know how.
I don't know why.
The recent Kipley beef was
That was
spicy.
crazy.
That was spicy.
Yes.
Also,
Hell
The girls are
I'm-
fighting.
the girls are fighting.
yeah.
I didn't expect you guys to take the job at all, but I didn't expect you, Megan, to be like, you know what, fuck it, sure, I'll risk my life and Durdon because he can't physically say no. Sorry, Jared. Get that backup character ready.
There's I don't think Reese and Kifley were fighting.
No. It got a little
felt like
tense, but
watching mom and dad argue, and like you're in the back seat of the car,
yeah.
and you're
Yeah.
listening to
Well, I
mom
don't
and
think it's
dad.
mom and dad. I think it's like
and
sister and
mom.
aunt, like two well-respected family members going at it, and you're like, they both treat me well, and I don't know whose side to take here.
Yeah.
Aunt give me that like, really juicy Christmas bonus, but mom, I gotta go home with, so I don't know whose side to take.
Shout out to Reese though, the way that she was framing her argument, she was so elegant with
That
it.
was very
that it
elegant.
almost made you feel like it was like you're anti getting rictus, which may have just been like a very good manipulative point. I love
Seemed like
Reese
she
so
had some
much. I love,
ulterior motives she didn't want to mention.
Yeah,
Mm.
there's
Yeah.
some secrets. Ooh.
I was like, oh, it felt so spicy. It felt so good.
It was so
felt,
It was so
Yeah.
juicy when she brought up the genocide point. about like, oh, she genocided entire people, we can't trust them. And then this motherfucker did a slow pan towards Jared, and Jared was like, oh shit, me? Little me?
oh,
What
oh, fuck,
meta?
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
the
felt so
justification of her defending Lorna Dane was so not seen by Dom that I was just like, oh my god.
Dude, I felt
Wait,
like I
what?
was listening to
What?
alt-right alternative facts.
Like, this is oh my god, alt-right fact, jeez. That was such a fun little side of Reese in the party.
It
Being
was
like,
very
you know what?
interesting
Maybe we are the
interaction.
bad guys. Maybe we are fucked up people who do fucked up things. And then Kipley going, yeah, we're shit. We're shit people.
Yeah, we've done cool things.
Like,
Never mind. We're just
like, we went to Gimmick Island. We survived this. We did. Actually, no, we're full of shit. We're terrible people. I feel bad.
full
It's
of
like the
shit.
spiral was so quick. It was so.
Yes, I was like, she folded under zero pressure. She folded it like
And
in
then,
the middle
and
of her.
immediately started treating her friendly, and it was just like, girl, you should be the most angry here. You got iced with zero words, no fucking curve, just straight gas,
Yes.
iced out.
Have you guys seen that one video? I think it's Nate Shot or somebody. I don't know. But he's just like, all right, boards, I'm hopping off for the night. And somebody goes,
Oh
"No,
yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
cool,
One
He's
more,
like,
one
"Alright,
more,
yeah,
more.
bet,
All right,
bet,
yeah,
bet,
yeah,
bet,
bet.
It's just the quick.
Yeah, folds
like,
under
it's
zero
like,
pressure.
Okay, I guess. Bro was waiting.
Yeah, I
I
10
fucking
out of 10.
love that one.
Yes.
There were so many great memeable moments tonight.
I think Mammoth was the only one who caught no strays during that conversation.
And he literally just sat there and vibed in the fucking astral sea, man. He was staring at his
Hey.
suitcase.
Mammoth was asked what he wanted to do. He was like, "Fuck it, man.
Chow.
I don't really care either way." And we
I
just were
want to
like,
do
"Yo."
life, man.
In my head, it was like the fucking underground part in Elden Ring. Crazy how I'm just on my Elden Ring shit lately.
Justified so. I mean,
But like that shit is so goddamn cool. And that's how the astral plane looks in my head.
Oh, okay. I was like, where are you going with this?
I not say that at the
the
beginning?
fact that like the party's deaf route, like where are we spiraling to here?
Oh, I thought I mentioned that at the beginning. That's my bad.
No, that's funny. Yeah, yeah.